will have baseball. Ryan Sweeney digs in. CC Sabathia is ready. Let's do it in the Bronx. And the first pitch is outside 1-0. We are underway.
Sabathia making his 4th start of the year. First start was his roughest one. He's coming into his own new team. All the excitement that comes with it. Let's take a look at the Chief Pitcher Scatter Report.
We'll see that in just a moment. The 1-0. Foul bat.
You can't get any more of a workhorse. This guy, the last 2 years, 503 innings pitched. That included some postseason play. A's fan? Not today. He grew up in Northern California, in Vallejo, California. Was a big Oakland A's fan. Has not fared well against his team that he rooted for as a kid. CC Cy, not only has he been a Cy Young Award winner in 2007 with the Indians, but he shows that stuff, and the Yankee fans are thrilled, should be thrilled over this 7-year deal.
Well, Al mentioned how he struggles against the A's in 15 starts, 3-7, 6-1, 1-2. The only team in which he's made 10 or more starts against that he has an under 500 record against. The 2-1. And the count 3-1.
Yeah, I could only attribute that. His numbers in Oakland are worse. He's 1-4 with a 7.12. He mentions about his family and friends and everybody coming out. It plays a little bit of a mind game on you.
Popped up left field. Johnny Damon got a late start. Now comes in. One away. Let's take a look at the A's starting lineup, which is presented by our good friends at BMW. Already met Ryan Sweeney. Orlando Cabrera, the shortstop, will bat second. Jason Giambi DHs today, hitting third. Matt Holliday's in left. He'll clean up. He cleans up against the Yankees, as you can see. Jack Custon right. Kurt Suzuki, 4 for 4 yesterday, will be behind the plate, batting sixth. And you've got Ellis, Howell, and Bobby Crosby. Here is Orlando Cabrera. Slice foul.
CC was not particularly happy with his last outing against the Cleveland Indians. He mentioned a high pitch count, 122 pitches in 5 2/3 innings. He was kind of disappointed in his outing, saying that he let guys stick around too long. There were a lot of foul balls in that game. He said it should just put them away.
And the 0-1.
Well, and also talking about a team that he rooted for as a kid, the Oakland A's, long time. Pitching with your old teammates and friends, the Indians. I'm sure there was a little bit of that going on as far as guys that knew him and he knew them.
Allen is lined into right center. Melky Cabrera makes the play. 2 down. Now let's take a look at the entire Yankee defense. In the outfield, you've got Damon, Cabrera, and Swisher. Just a day off for Gardner. That's left to right. Ransom, Jeter, Cano, and Teixeira third to first. Posada is 1,400 career game and catcher behind the plate, and Sabathia is on the mound. IOTV offers you incredible HD picture and sound. HD is free with IOTV, the official HD service provider of Yankees baseball on Yes.
Nice round of applause for Jason Giambi as he steps in.
And there's a strike. Giambi homerless in 48 at-bats. He has 396 on his career.
I think that's the second longest streak he's had in his career going into a season, 48 at-bats without a home run.
Well, we mentioned at the break the moves that Billy Beane and the A's made by bringing in Giambi and also the trade of Matt Holliday to improve this offense. They were last in runs scored last year. Certainly not what they anticipated. Only 3 home runs the start of the year. Clearly the worst in baseball.
Yankees have to shift on against Giambi. Jeter is the one that's on the left side. Cody Ransom moves from third to a hybrid second. The 1-2 outside. Let's look at the game time weather conditions presented by Bigelow Tea. There's rain in the forecast throughout the day. 56 degrees, 54% humidity, not much wind. And there are periods of rain in the forecast. The 2-2. Monday's game was rained out. That has now been officially rescheduled for Thursday, July 23rd at 7:05. It was an off day on the schedule, so the two teams will meet then when the A's come back into town. The 3-2. hit sharply foul. Now, you look at Jason's beard. He wasn't allowed to have a beard with the Yankees. But you also look at his mustache, and it's a lot grayer than it was last year with the Yankees. I don't know if he had a tough winter and or the Just for Men was left here in New York. I'm not quite sure, but it's a lot lighter than it was last year. The 3-2. Strike three. Giambi down looking. Giambi struggling of late. 2 hits in his last 23 at-bats. And CeCe buzzes a fastball on the inside corner. Sabathia works a 1-2-3. A's nothing, and the Yankees coming to bat. Much darker last year.
Left-hander Brett Anderson, 21 years old. This will be his 3rd start. As you see, his numbers not so good, but he possesses very good stuff. This guy was a number 2 pick by the D-backs in 2006. Let's take a look at the G-Pitcher Scout Report. Aggressive strike throw all through the minor leagues. This is a guy that will power the zone with a good fastball and a slider. Young and athletic. There's talk of these new young guns coming through. Trevor Cahill, Vinny Mazzaro's in the minor leagues, but this guy here is the number 1 pitching prospect overall in the organization. You see the cowpoke connection. His father was the head coach at Oklahoma State University. Matt Holliday's dad also was the head coach there for a while, Tom Holliday. So there's a little bit of this Stillwater, Oklahoma connection between him and Matt Holliday.
Before his dad was the head coach, he was the pitching coach. So you can imagine he's been well schooled throughout his going back to his Little League days.
Jeter taps one back to Anderson, and there's one away. Let's take a look at the Athletics defensively. In the outfield, Holiday, Sweeney, and Cuss. That's left to right. In the infield, Crosby, Cabrera, Ellis, and Powell. Crosby played 4 different positions this year. Remember, he's a shortstop, and they got Cabrera. Suzuki behind the plate. Anderson is on the mound. Bobby Crosby wanted to be traded when they got Cabrera. Unfortunately, he makes too much money, and he's untradeable at this point. So he's kind of a super utility guy for the A's.
I think other teams were kind of leery of his injury history as well. That Bobby Crosby over the last few years had some trouble staying in the lineup for the A's, and I think that's one reason why they went out and got Cabrera.
It's off ground ball up the first baseline, and that's going to be a base hit. You couldn't roll it out there any better. So Damon last night blast one into the seats, and you couldn't have a more diametrically different base hit.
Well, he's got a smile on his face, and why not? I mean, when you get a hit like this your first time, you figure, I'm in for a good day. A little soft roller, no play for anybody. He couldn't have taken that out of his pocket, dropped it any better, beat it out for a hit. Of course, Johnny's a stolen base threat, but I think Brett Anderson has a pretty good move over to first base. We have not seen it as yet. That's the rumor.
There's Mark Teixeira. There's a strike. Now, Al Kenny said that if you're a hitter, you get a hit like that, you think, oh, this is going to be a good day. If you're a pitcher, you give up a hit like that.
Well, that's what I'm listening to him, because I know I always sympathize with the pitcher, obviously, and I'm thinking the opposite. As you're saying this, Kenny, I'm like, oh, this could be one of those days also.
I sympathize with the hitters.
Of course.
It's
That's
tough
the way it
enough
works.
that the pitcher always has the advantage. He knows what he wants to throw. If he makes a mistake, you should be punished. Give it up. And every once in a while, you're going to get a cheap hit like that. Because it makes up for some of those ropes that Johnny Davis hit that goes directly to first or second baseman.
I would, you hear about that all the time about they all leaving out. I would like to know who keeps track of this and see if they really even out, because I think both sides complain about it.
I think there's actually a guy in the Elias Sports Bureau who keeps track of it, evens out.
For the last 100 years.
He does. I think it's Seymour Syoff. He keeps track.
And he sees more than anybody else.
The 1-2. High pop-up. Right side. Landon Powell dropped the ball. And Damon is going to be out on the force out. So you score that a fielder's choice 3-6. And for the A's, it works out. Teixeira does not have the same speed as Damon.
First of all, Landon Powell is a catcher by trade. He hasn't played much first base. Anybody should be able to catch a pop-up, though. But he's lucky that there was a forced play at second, and he get Johnny Damon. Powell seemed to struggle with it. Ball in and out of the leather. And you know what? Maybe the raindrops gave him a little bit of a problem. Rain coming down. Usually that's more of a problem in night games when it's raining, because the raindrops are illuminated along with the baseball.
Pitch to Posada is a strike.
Well, you mentioned Landon Powell, who's been referred off and on. He was the #1 pick at the University of South Carolina, and he really was supposed to be the Kurt Suzuki, drafted before Suzuki. And this is only his third game as first base in his career.
The other day we saw Ryan Garco of Cleveland play his first game in the outfield. They're moving people around.
There's a strike.
Well, the A's think a lot of this young man on the mound. In fact, I've heard the term future Cy Young mentioned. So we'll see. I like the way he works fast. And you're right, he does throw strikes.
Well, that's pretty lofty. Obviously, Cy Young, but there was no question about it. #2 draft pick.
Well, all 5 starting pitchers for the A's are younger than 26. And according to the Elias Sports Bureau, the last team to have 5 starting pitchers under the age of 26 in their opening day rotation was the 1978 Milwaukee Brewers. So it's been a long time.
78 Brewers. I can remember some of those. Mike Caldwell was one of them?
No. There's the young rotation we're talking about. Eveland, obviously, the most games. Braden's next.
Trades of Evelyn and Anderson and Danny Herron. Outman was traded for Joe Blanton. Cahill is a product of their minor league system.
Here are the
Jim Slayton?
No.
These guys are with the Brewers in those days.
Augustine.
All right.
Haas.
Yeah, Moose Haas.
Sorensen.
Larry.
Stein. And Replogie. R-E-P-L-O-G-I-E.
Was it Andy? His first name?
I'm not sure. Infield single for Posada.
I think it's Rapogel. Andy Rapogel, I think that's who it was.
Yeah, Rapogel.
Yeah.
It's G-L-E, not G-I-E.
Jam shot. Posada being able to pull his hands in. Look at Anderson. Has he got a little deflection here?
Be careful.
God, that's such a reactionary thing, but so dangerous. Clip your finger in the wrong spot.
Did you ever do that?
No, I wasn't. I was smart enough to know I wasn't good enough to do anything about it. It's instinctive. I know playing with Kevin Brown, he used to do it all the time, and a couple times he got nailed good.
Kevin Brown also punched the wall, so he seemed to like contact.
He was pretty intense.
Yeah.
Numbers there, 377. Cano just back to where he was a couple years ago. Everybody talking about he could be a batting champion, 30 home run plus guy.
One thing he's done this year, I mean, he's hit line drives all over the ballpark. And when you look at the way the outfield is defensive. Everybody's just about straight away, which means he can hit the ball anywhere. That's the way Abner Doubleday laid out the positions 100 years ago, before defensive shifts and all that sort of thing. Look out. That's a breaking ball. Fooled me.
Wow, you even looked out up here.
On a breaking ball. Slider.
That's a good break. A good sharp break to it.
Cano, a 9-game hitting streak. And here's what scared Kenny.
Ooh, man.
Now, Cano has 20 hits. And he did not get his 20th hit last year until his 34th game. So the Yankees have played 14 games. What a difference a year makes. At this point last year, he was 10 for 54. Really dug himself a hole that he couldn't climb out of the whole year. Ended up at 271.
And he's not going to be a walk machine, but 6 walks for him. I mean, that's like almost 2 months worth.
1-2. Soft ground ball up the middle. Ellis will flip to Cabrera, and they just get the force on Posada for the final out of the first. So for the Yankees in the first inning, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We played 1, no score at a rainy stadium. Off day, then the Yankees go to Boston. Friday on Yes at 7, the first game between these two teams this year. Then Saturday on Fox at 4:10. And Sunday, the ESPN Sunday night matchup at 8 o'clock. Then on to Detroit. 3 7 o'clock games, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And all of them on Yes and in HD. I guess the sunglasses battle the rain as well. There's not much sun out today, but they are a good look. Here's Matt Holliday against CC Sabathia. That really got Posada.
Jar the cage right here.
Oh,
Getting punched in the face.
Yes, that was a direct hit. That was not a glancing blow.
I don't understand how you don't get knocked out. I don't get it. Even though it's padded, I mean, you're getting whacked in the face.
Happened to Kerwin Daly, I believe, last night.
It was a bat.
Oh, the bat, yeah.
Yeah.
And the previous, I guess last year had the same incident with a ball throw by Brad Penny. Knocked him out. Tools of ignorance.
Before a catcher by the name of Roger Bresnahan. Catcher's caught without equipment.
Without shin guards.
Yeah.
I think it was a catcher from Harvard University who first invented the catcher's mask.
Connie Mack, didn't he?
No, it wasn't him. I can't recall the guy's name, but it was from Harvard. The mask. So prior to that, whenever they took the team picture, you always knew who was the catcher.
It's pretty pathetic that it took a guy from an Ivy League school to say, you know what, these guys should wear masks.
But no helmets until, what,
the 40s, late 40s.
Was it the 40s?
Yeah. They used to wear inserts inside their baseball caps, then went to helmets.
And a lot of the guys did not want to wear the helmets. And they were grandfathered in that they didn't have to. So a walk to Holiday. And so it's been a steady drizzle. Does it make it difficult for a pitcher to pitch in this kind of weather?
The only problem that a pitcher will have is the you see there with CC, try to make sure that you keep the mud off of your feet. But as far as a grip, and you're sweating, and you're really the only guy out there doing all the movement, most of the movement. So I never thought of it as a problem with holding it. That's a good little grater that you'll see the pitchers today just constantly be rubbing their feet on. But it's really a surface issue.
Jack Cuss lines on the right field first base hit against Sabathia.
Cuss had 2 hits last night. He's swinging the bat well. And when you look at the A's averages, he was over 300 to start the day. Gets himself a pitch down the middle, following a base on balls, and wraps it in the right field for base hit. Now, Michael, you talked about the other day how, as we look at his swing, he's got long swing, and that's one reason why he strikes out quite a bit. Is that how averages can really move up and down very quickly at this time of year? Prime example is the man at the plate right now, Kurt Suzuki. He started last night at 267. Got 4 hits. Today he's hitting 327.
And he bunts.
So that's plus what?
60. 60 points in one game. Young man from Hawaii.
And for some reason, he just owns the Yankees. 13 for 29 lifetime against the Yankees. That's 448.
Walking to follow in the footsteps of Benny Agbayani, guy who played in the big leagues a few years with the Mets. Fellow Hawaiian. #1 pick out of Cal State Fullerton. I mentioned the first baseman who was kind of the heir to the catcher, Landon Powell. But he's done a nice job.
Kenny, we have the information. Fred Thayer of Harvard University invented the catcher's mask in 1876. And Roger Bresnahan invented the shin guards. But it wasn't until, I think, the late 70s or 80s that they actually put helmets on underneath the mask. They used to just have their cap backwards. And then Steve Yeager invented the little flap that comes down from the bottom to protect the throat. Grounded foul.
Then the knee savers. Behind the
Posada does not use those.
It's just should wear the suit of armor. That's shoulder pad extension right here that wasn't included in the first chest protector. And now the catchers get fitted for the chest protector. Those used to be floppy things you just threw on, like an old mattress.
1-2. And also they get personalized. Posada has his name sewn into it, which is really cool. See, it says Posada there. So nobody can take it. That means Molina can't touch it. 2-2 count on Suzuki. First and second, nobody out. And the pitch. High fly ball, deep left. Damon back. He's on the track. He's at the wall. He leaps. See ya! Home run as a man reached over and made the catch. A 3-run shot for Suzuki. And the A's are up 3-0.
I think the fans are booing that fan.
Boy, I want to take a look at this.
Yeah, me too.
I wonder.
Damon back to the wall, feels for the wall, leaps. Yeah, I believe that was going to be in the seats.
Well, Joe Girardi goes out and talks with Brian Gorman, and now the 4 umpires will meet, and maybe this is another call for instant replay.
That's Suzuki's first home run of the year. Yankees have yet to retire him in this series.
And they said, let's look at it. So they're going to go look. 3 can go in and look, and 1 has to stay on the field. And this is what they'll be looking at. The guy's leaning over. I don't know. It might not have been a home run. It looks like he's reaching over.
Yeah, that angle. He is definitely reaching over. Is he reaching to his left or on the field?
Both.
He's trying to block out the guy with the Yankee jersey on. I still think that's in the seats.
Well, the delay on Sunday took 8.5 minutes, which is way too long. They've got to make their decision a little bit quicker than that.
I don't think this was going to take that long.
You mentioned his first home run.
He's not reaching down. He's reaching over. That's
had some height to it.
Yeah, it had some height to it. So that kind of tells me that that's a home run.
Well, Damon thought he had it lined up. He immediately looked at his glove. And it continues to rain. There's Danny Cunningham, the head of the Yankee grounds crew. You can see the rain coming down a little bit harder. If the home run stands, it would be Suzuki's first home run since August 19th of last year.
Boy, another pitch that's centered in the middle of the plate. Now, he's not sure because he doesn't hit that many. But he's going to have himself a 3-run shot. Now, last night he drove in his first run of the year, and now he's added 3 more runs batted in. There's the leap by Johnny Damon. And you can see the ball doesn't even appear in the picture as he leaps. And this is Sunday. This is the home run in the 7th inning on Sunday. They gave the Yankees the lead. I think that would needed to be determined more with the instant replay.
Now the play is under review. And the rule is that up to 3 umpires could go check out the replay. And all replays are available to the umpires from the Oakland crew, from the New York crew. And they're looking at everything right now. And there's an umpire's room dedicated to instant replay right down near the visitors' dugout. So they don't have to walk that far. And that's what they're checking out. Take another look. It does look as if he leans forward and to his left.
How about the guy in the Yankee jersey there? Comes up short. Doesn't get anything. Gets 2 hands full of air.
See, now he's reaching forward to make that catch. And if he would have made that catch, then it would not have gone out. Now here come the umpires.
I don't think there's enough to make them change their minds about it. Yeah,
it's a home run.
Yeah, that's Jerry Davis, the crew chief.
And what Kenny's saying with that, and I think was part of the ruling on Sunday, you really have to have overwhelming evidence to the contrary of what was called on the field in order to overturn it. And we looked at all those replays, and we couldn't tell for certain. So if you can't tell for certain, bottom line is you've got to keep the call on the field. And it was a 4-minute review. Half the time it took on Sunday. Ellis pops it up. And out of play.
Meanwhile, CeCe's been sitting in the middle of the plate in this inning, and that's why the Yankees are down 3-0. After he walked Holiday, Cuss hit a pitch that was in the middle for a solid single, and then looked like a breaking ball that kind of hung for Suzuki. And he cashed in.
Hit sharply and grabbed by Cano. 1 away.
Defense right here, important for any pitching staff, and obviously to win a ball game. Nice play by Robbie, stretching far out to his right. Well struck by Mark Ellis. Good play.
Pitch inside to Landon Powell.
Told you that Landon Powell was a first-round draft pick in 2004.
Change up. That home run by Suzuki, the first home run that Sabathia has allowed this season. Broken back ground ball foul.
Well, that was my first-hand look of here at the stadium, and I don't know how you guys felt, but I didn't think he got it. The ball kept drifting, and when you see the outfielder drift the way Johnny did, and he thought he had a shot at it, I thought the ball was carrying on that. And you mentioned about the bad pitch. It's a 2-2 slider to a guy who hasn't hit a home run in 44 games. It sounded like it was in enough. And you see Johnny drifting. That was enough.
Well, Suzuki has filled that column. He's going to have at least one home run this year.
And the 1-2. Ripped down the left field line, foul. And the 1-2 pitch outside.
It's definitely a feel early in the game. Starting pitcher, you want to get your feet wet. I mentioned during the scout report that CC hasn't done well against his boyhood team, the A's, not only at the Coliseum in Oakland, but in his career as a whole.
Yeah, a couple of things on this homestand for the Yankees who played the Cleveland Indians first. And the Indians had been struggling big time coming in here. They had lost their first 5 games. That's a good team. You knew they were going to turn it around. They split with the Yankees. The A's have not been hitting at all. I mean, this is a big league team with big league hitters. They're going to start to hit eventually. Of course, the Yankees were hoping it was one more day after today. But Bob Guerin's team, they're not going to – well, they scored the fewest runs in the league last year. So maybe there is a precedent there. But they should be a better hitting team this year with Holiday and Giambi on their team.
And Landon Powell works hard to get that walk. Second walk this inning for Sabathia. And that's what he was upset about in his last start. He couldn't put people away. And when you can't put people away and they battle and they get the count full or you walk them, that's how you get 122 pitches. So Dave Island quickly out to the mound.
And what happened in that game, although he left in a 1-1 tie, he only allowed 1 run in 5 2/3. The bullpen came on and really imploded on that particular day, opening day here at the new Yankee Stadium against Cleveland. The Yankees ended up losing 10-2.
Well, that's a good visit from Dave Allen, the pitching coach. He got the number 8 hitter, the backup catcher. Really hasn't done much in the big leagues. And some few of those pitches there, CC kind of aimed a few fastballs, trying to turn it over, go after the other 8-9 hitter.
Crosby pops it up. Cano and Teixeira giving chase. Cano makes the play. 2 outs.
With the rain coming down, it makes it more of a difficult play, but Cano stays with it, hauls it in for the second out. So Cano has been responsible for the 2 putouts in this inning, one on a line drive and one on a foul ball.
There's Ryan Sweeney, who flied out to left in the first. Powell leads off first. And a strike. 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Sweeney has started every game in the leadoff spot this year.
One hopper, Cano from the outfield grass, and that's going to do it. But a rough inning for CC Sabathia. 3 runs on 2 hits, 2 walks, 1 man left. The big blow off the bat of Kurt Suzuki. It just made it into the seats. A 3-run home run, and after the review, the umpires say the play stands. Like, it's love. Put your favorite team logo out there for everybody to see with Yankees banking. Only from Bank of America, the official bank of Major League Baseball. Visit bankofamerica.com/MLB. Crowd huddled up against the elements. You got to love baseball to be out in the stands today for sure, as the steady rain continues to fall. 3-0 the A's lead the Yankees as Nick Swisher takes a strike. Count quickly 0-2. Swisher has not had a great homestand. He's 2 for his last 17. And his average has dropped down to 333. He was up to 400. So you take 333 for sure. Check, it's 311. Take that as well.
Well, as Kenny mentioned about Kurt Suzuki, it goes both ways, especially when there's not a whole lot of at-bats. Batting average moves a lot.
Ground ball to Crosby. Across the diamond, 1 away. And that's going to bring up Hideki Matsui. Matsui, 5 hits in his last 10 at-bats and 7 for his last 18.
Good to see Hideki out there. I know that there's always concern, there will be throughout the season with his knee, and has he progressed from day to day? There's already been fluid buildup. They drained the fluid. He feels fine. So Joe Girardi doesn't hesitate to put him in there, get him going with the bat.
That one's drilled deep to right. There it goes. See ya! A long home run into the bleachers and right. A solo shot from Matsui, and the Yankees are on the board. The A's lead 3-1.
Well, as Michael said, he might be starting to heat up. His knee is feeling better. Wham! Left that in the middle of the plate. Wasn't there for long, though. That's the classic Matsui swing. He's hit more home runs than any other Japanese player that's come off the big leagues.
And that one is driven deep to left field. That ball is gone. Back-to-back home runs. One by Matsui, one by Cabrera. That one lands in the A's bullpen. And the Yankees are close to within 1.
I don't think either one of those were wind aided. No. Both of them well hit. Melky Cabrera with his 3rd home run in the early going here. Joe Girardi getting him in the lineup today, giving Brett Gardner a day off, and Melky says, thank you very much. So does Nick Swisher. It's up. It is good.
Here's Cody Ransom. Takes a strike. Now that is the 24th home run here hit at the stadium over the first 6 games. And the record for the most homers over the first 6 games at a big league venue is 25 at Kansas City's Municipal Stadium in 1955. That was the A's first season there after moving from Philadelphia. Swing and a miss. Ransom down on strikes. And this is what Kansas City Municipal Stadium looked like. David Cohn used to hang out there. That might be David right there.
I don't think David could have seen up to the ticket window in those days. The A's were not a very good team in those days.
Well, the direction of the home runs hit: 7 to left, 1 to center. That was the first one by Posada, and 16 to right. And Jeter takes a strike, taking all the way.
Well, all the hitters, you sit on the bench and you watch what's going on. It said about Anderson being his strike thrower. Every one of the batters, the Yankee batters, saw a first pitch fastball, except Cano, which was a ball. So get aggressive. Know you're going to get a fastball, as Cabrera did, and jump on it.
playing in his 2000th Major League game today. Time flies, Michael.
Too quickly. Allen is grounded to first base. Booted by Powell. And that's going to be an E3.
Powell's had a rough afternoon with the leather. First dropping a pop-up, got a break on the forced play at second, but no break on this one. Hit sharply by Derek Jeter, and it kind of pinballs off the glove, off the feet. Ellis comes up with it, but no Anderson at first base. So there's no play whatsoever, and Jeter's going to be safe.
As a left-hander, Anderson really spins off toward the third base side, and it ends up being a foot race. I don't know if he even initially busted out to try to at least get to first. Let's see here his reaction. A little bit to the right side. Now it's too late.
It's amazing how the baseball gods work. If you try to plug somebody who doesn't fit into a position, the ball always finds that person. Always. We're seeing it across town with Daniel Murphy of the Mets. Mets have lost 2 games because of drop fly balls in left field. It's not easy to play a position in the big leagues. You have to be proficient. You have to play it for a long time. And if you just roll somebody out there, they'll make mistakes. It's not their fault. They'll make mistakes.
Think about the National League. You can't plug the guy into a DH role.
Well, then it becomes the whole mind game. Please don't hit it to me, as opposed to I want it. Start booting the ball, and it's a magnet. It'll find you.
Check swing. Does not go, said Brian Gorman.
I remember dropping a fly ball in Old Comiskey, and nothing happened. Maybe the White Sox didn't score, but I knew that Earl Weaver was going to walk the length of the bench, and he did. And he just walked. What happened? And I said, "Didn't you see? I dropped it." And he said, "Don't let it happen again." I didn't give him any excuse like a puff of wind or my dog died or something. No, I didn't say anything like that. Just told him straight, I dropped the ball.
And your dog happened to be in good health.
Yeah, I don't think we had a dog in those days.
The 1-2, outside 2-2.
But he just wanted to make a point.
That he saw it?
Yeah, don't let it happen again.
CC?
It's like I tried to drop it or something. You know what I mean?
Watching the Yankees get back some of those runs. Now, today is Jeter's 2000th game. Yesterday was Johnny Damon's 2000th game. So, Johnny 1 game ahead of Derek, career-wise. The 2-2. Foul back.
Well, young Mr. Anderson had himself a neat little cushion, 3-run lead. All of a sudden, 2 swings to the bat. And he's under pressure again. That's how quickly things can turn at this level.
Popped up. They're going to give Powell another try. This one he makes for the final out of the second inning. But the Yankees get 2 runs back, and they do it in Bronx Bomber fashion. Matsui with a long drive into the bleachers. Then it's the bullpen's turn as Melky goes yard. Back-to-back, 3-2 A's. Orlando Cabrera leads off the third against Sabathia. And the pitch inside, 1-0. On the Modell scoreboard, it's 3-2-1 A's, 2-4-0 Yankees. Modell's is the official sporting goods retailer of the Yankees. Talking to some Yankee people before the game, Kenny, and they were kind of shocked in the first inning yesterday that Orlando Cabrera bunted on a 3-1 pitch with a runner on first.
That's usually your go-to pitch as a hitter.
Yep.
You want to be up there 3-1 and 2-0.
And they were all convinced it wasn't a sack. He was bunting for a hit. Ground ball to second.
Yeah, I talked to Orlando about it, and I said exactly that. And he said, I've been struggling. I'm not feeling good at bat, and I thought it was the best opportunity. I saw him back, and I said, I can see maybe later in the game with Mo, because had he bunted down the third base line against Mariano, now you got Giambi coming up.
Yeah, but you know how good a fielder Mariano is? It's really tough to get a bunt down on him.
I'm not in favor of it, but almost just to sympathize toward a guy who admitted that he's struggling.
Well, he's 3 for 31 on the road.
That's a struggle.
Yeah.
Well, now he's 1 for his last 18.
That's a struggle anywhere. Road, home.
Yankees have the shift on, but it's a little different than it was last time. Last time they had Cano out in short right field. Now they're all playing right on the skin of the base paths. Pitch outside. Obviously, you see this shift a lot. Yankees saw it all the time against Giambi last year, but you never see the shortstop stay on the left side. Giambi's 2 for 12 lifetime against CC. Struck out against him in the first inning looking.
These shifts, so with all the left-handed power guys that pull, you see the numbers, DH, obviously much better when he is playing first base. And it all has to do with spray charts. These coaches, they got every hit and out placed.
Boy, that stat that we just showed, though, what a conundrum for manager. Jason's just not a good first baseman. But the numbers are starkly different. He's a 300 hitter when he plays first. He's a 245 hitter when he plays as a DH. Popped up. Jeter drifts over. Damon comes in. Damon calls him off and dropped the ball. Jeter had it lined up, and Damon called him off and dropped the ball in E7, allowing Giambi to reach second.
Well, in the replay, we'll see if Derek actually calls for it. He's called off by Johnny. You can see Johnny calling him off. Ball hits the glove, in and out. Heartbreak. And Giambi hustles into second base on the two-base error, and he's calling. He called. When you call as an outfielder, you got to make the play. It looked like Jeter was going to settle underneath it, off the fingers of the glove, and then down to the turf.
It looks like it's raining a lot harder in HD. Pitch to Holiday is lined and knocked down by Ransom. That saved a run. He got up there but couldn't pull the ball down. So a base hit for Holiday as Giambi moves to third.
Well, you mentioned it happened last night with Derek Jeter knocking a ball down the middle. Little things like that within the game. Let's see how this inning plays out. Ransom being able to get enough ups to keep the ball from not going to left field.
He was up there.
Still in a double play situation. Could get out of this inning. CC Sabathia and the Yankees.
Giambi talking with third base coach Mike Gallego, former Yankee as well. A lot of people don't realize this. When the Yankees started to turn things around at the beginning of the 1990s, a lot of the credit went to a couple of signings that Gene Michael made. One of them was bringing in Mike Gallego, and the other one was bringing in Spike Owen.
Spike Owen.
Yeah, those two guys, and obviously they made the trade for Stanley, but those two guys, those two infielders, not great players, but scrappy, and they had the right attitude. They were winners. They forced you to play the right way, and that changed the culture of the clubhouse. That one is tapped right back to Sabathia. There's one. Now they're coming home, and there's nobody there. They would have had Giambi. He scores. Posada was going to back up first for the throw to first base for the double play, so when Jeter threw home, there was nobody home.
Well, there's a couple at fault here. First of all, nobody to throw to for Jeter, but you shouldn't be vacating home plate with a runner at third base. There's the throw to nobody in particular. I think Jeter feels that he could not have gotten the runner at first for the double play and went home. He saw Giambi get a late break and then threw the ball home. But there was nobody there.
Well, and in Posada's case, it's very instinctive. The ball back in the middle, he's going to back up first base. But had the ball gotten away anyway, Giambi would have scored. Obviously, you want somebody there for now that the runner at first base, Cuss, could advance to second.
I think Derek determined it would have been an easier route to get Giambi at the plate than get the runner at first.
And from this vantage point, I agree with that.
So that scored a fielder's choice, 1-6, and RBI. There's no error on the play. Now look where Posada is, and look where the ball is crossing over the plate. And that's one of those defensive alignments and rotations where there really is nobody to cover home plate, if you think about it.
Posada's got to stay home.
He's got to stay home. You can't, vacate home plate with a runner at third, even on a double play ball, which he thought was going to be a double play ball.
Well, they get the final out on the fly ball to Swisher. Jeter throws the ball home, and nobody was there as the A's pick up another run. They lead 4-2. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you've got to get DirecTV. By Blimpie, America's Sub Shop, and by Acura. Acura Advance. Well, Sabathia gives up another run, a little bit of a miscommunication on defense by the Yankees. It's one or the other. Both of them could not be done. You couldn't cover first base on the throw and cover home at the same time. And obviously Posada made the wrong choice on the Modell's scoreboard. The A's lead the Yankees 4-2. And Modell's the official sporting goods retailer of the Yankees. Let's take a look at Friday's starting pitchers, brought to you by Verizon Fios, over 100 HD channels and the fastest internet. This is Fios, this is big. This was supposed to be Chin-Ming Wang's original slot, but he is going to Tampa today. Jabba Chamberlain instead will get the start. He has not yet won or lost a game. He'll go up against John Lester. Both of them have +5 ERAs. Our coverage begins at 6 with batting practice today on Yes, 6:30 pregame. And the 7 o'clock game is on tap at Fenway Park. Hey fans, it's time for the Toyota Text Poll. Today's question is, which former Yankee from 2008 will have the most success with his new club in 2009? The choices are, number 1, Jason Giambi, number 2, Bobby Abreu, number 3, Carl Pavano, and number 4, Ivan Rodriguez. Now you can text your vote to 58772. Standard text messaging rates apply. I would pick Abreu.
In the early going, it's Abreu. I thought I saw where he's hitting 370.
I'll take Jace. fun of it.
He's going to hit 370?
No, but he'll hit 25 to 30 jacks.
Yeah, I believe that.
Pitch inside to Teixeira. Foul back, count 1-1. As a team, the Yankees are hitting .341 against left-handed pitchers this year. It's nice to have all those switch hitters in the lineup, so they really don't get shut down by one pitcher or another. Popped up. Powell runs out of room. Lights are on here at the stadium. Last year it was not good when the opponent scored first. The Yankees well under 500, but this year they're 4-3 when the opponent scores first. So it's not a death knell for them when they fall behind. The 1-2, breaking ball inside.
So you wanted that?
Yeah.
Guy's got a good eye at the plate. Walks a lot, high on base percentage. Even the umpires know that. Sometimes you get the benefit of the doubt.
I'm all for it. I think you deserve, and once you play a while, I know once upon a time the umpires used to do that, depending upon who was up, who was pitching.
Line drive, base hit to left field, a tomahawk swing by Teixeira to lead off the third with a single.
Teixeira down with a 5-game hitting streak. Starting to heat it up. Averages climb.
Just a jump on, well, here
wow.
it is there. They're so high out of the zone, kiddingly. The slider in just missing. Teixeira definitely looking fastball. He got it. Whew, up out of the zone.
That's getting that apple off the top limb, isn't it? He'd slip coming out of the box. They worked on the home plate and pitching error in between innings.
And a strike to Posada. Line drive, base hit, down the left field line. Teixeira around second. He'll go to third. Playing out in the corner is Holiday as Posada is at second with a double. And the Yankees a base hit away from tying the game.
I believe this pitch was up as well. Let's take a look at this one. No, maybe not. About thigh high, looked like a little cutter or a slider. And Posada's just waiting on it. Drills it over to third baseman Crosby's head. Crosby up, but not down with it. And the ball is headed for the corner.
Posada wants the baseball, and we're trying to find out why.
I believe that's the double that passes Yogi Berra on the all-time doubles list. It might be.
Oh, that's good, Tim.
I thought I read that the other day.
Gene Monahan, the keeper of such mementos, has the baseball. Here's Cano. Count 1-0. Foul away.
As a pitcher, you try to limit your damage. Anytime you have nobody out, runner at third, you almost concede the runner at third, hoping that the runner at second doesn't score, obviously.
Look out. Oh, foul ball. They almost walked into it.
Well, Brett Anderson just coming, powering right at Cano, inside corner. All three of these pitches just inside. See Robbie trying to get out of the way. Now it's a little different. Second and third, nobody out. You're in a 2-strike count. Pitcher's going to, whatever that put away strikeout pitch, that's what you go to right here.
Just missed outside. So Brett Anderson in a jam. He leads 4-2, but the Yankees threatening. Second and third and nobody out. Number 5 hitter Cano at the plate. Dribbled slowly towards second. That's going to score a run. Ellis gets the out at first. Moving to third is Posada. So if you're going to hit a ground ball, the perfect spot, you score the runner, and the other runner moves to third, where he can also score an out to tie the game. 4-3 A's.
Well, that's exactly right. It's a productive out. As you say, Michael, anytime you get in a 2-strike count, you want to put the ball in play on the right side. It gets jammed on what looked like a backup slider. Ellis having to come up quickly, make a good play out of this. Just getting Cano by step. Good productive out by Robinson Cano.
Here's Nick Swisher. Nick 2 for his last 18. And the pitch is low and inside 1-0.
And I do believe that's why Posada wanted the ball. He now has one more double than Yogi on the all-time Yankee list.
Pretty impressive that he would have the presence of mind in the middle of the game to remember that. But he did. Obviously, it was something that was important to him.
He now has 322. Yogi with 321.
Line drive. And that is a base hit. Cut off in the gap by Sweeney. Posada scores. Swisher's going for 2. He is out. A good throw by Sweeney, but the Yankees have tied the game at 4. 2 nights in a row, the Yankees have tried to take second base when the play is right in front of them. But Swisher picks up a ribby.
Now Swisher hits the ball well, and it's going to drop in front of Sweeney. Now right away, he's thinking double. But we talked about this last night. Al Sweeney has a good arm. And that's right on the money. Throws out Swisher. Well, he tries to get in there any way he can to avoid the tag and gets his whole uniform dirty. Tries to maintain footing with the bag, but the Yankees have tied the game.
Well, you know, you mentioned Sweeney's arm, and Rajay Davis had a good throw last night. But, you know, you push the defense and see if they got to field it. They got to make a good throw. They got to be on the money. Early in the game, to be aggressive, even though it looks like you run yourself out of an inning, I'd rather have that than to play the passive offense and not trying to take the extra base.
Taking all the way to count 3-1. Next up, push him up Tony Lazzari at 327. Yogi has been passed by Jorge Posada. Another strike count, 3-2.
You know Yogi's watching the game. I wonder what he's thinking. He's probably thinking that Posada's a pretty good hitter.
Grounded to first. Powell is there. And he just beats Matsui to the bag as Anderson did not cover. Maybe a little bit down from giving up 2 runs. Yankees 2 runs on 3 hits. And Powell records the final out, a foot race with Matsui, and he just wins. Let's go to the 4th. quiz. Derek Jeter has 2,551 hits in his first 2,000 games of his major league career. Among players who have debuted since 1920, who had the most hits in his first 2,000 games. Got that? We'll tell you in the bottom of the fourth. So CC Sabathia now has new life. The Yankees have battled back and tied the game, the 1-0. Ellis fouls it away. Ellis is a guy who does not like to play day games. He is 1 for 18 in the day and 10 for 29 in the night. Paul O'Neill has said that he feels that you can see the ball much better at night games because of the great lighting. It's hard to see the ball in the day. And now those numbers go down a bit more. One away.
You know what? I think more than that. Well, maybe not as a hitter, but as a pitcher, starting pitcher, your routine has changed, and you got to speed everything up. Obviously, if you're on the road, the bus is at 10 a.m. instead of 4 p.m., and whatever that daytime routine is, it's obviously sped up. Sometimes players, you play every day, and you got to create your habit, and you have your routine, and it's definitely disrupted.
Here's Landon Powell.
Particularly when you play on teams that are in the Northeast or in the North in particular, early in the season you're going to play a lot of day games. I mean, it's kind of chilly at night.
That's a strike. Looks like the rain, for the most part, has subsided. All that's left, puddles, droplets. Breaking ball inside.
That's a pitch early on. C.B. Buckner, the home plate umpire, just hasn't called. Is probably off the plate a little bit. That power slider, a little more slurvy going into the right-hander. You know, that's where CC, great pitcher, Cy Young stuff. You know, when you don't have your velocity, and here's a guy that's going to touch in the mid-90s, sometimes even upper 90s. You know, what do you resort to? What is your second and third pitch that you rely on? Especially early in the game, and then you establish, maybe your velocity goes up. There's a nice 94-mile-an-hour velocity. Then you can kind of pitch into, or maybe back to, what you originally had planned. Coming out feeling great, coming out of the bullpen.
High fly ball, left field. Damon, crowd holds its breath, and he puts it away. And Johnny plays along. This weekend, the Yankees head to Boston, where Johnny used to play for a 3-game set with the Red Sox. Coverage on Yes starts Friday at 6 with batting practice today and the Tri-State 4 pregame. Then on Saturday, turn to Yes after the final out for the W.B. Mason postgame. Yankees Red Sox coverage starts Friday at 6 right here on Yes. Well, we just looked up the stats, and in a doubleheader at Fenway, Red Sox lead the Twins 6-1 in the bottom of the 6th. O'Neill said that he hit better at night. His lifetime average day is 290. His nighttime average 287, so he was wrong.
It's about the same.
Yeah. But then, Kenny, then there's lighter.
Okay.
Day games, 50 and 51 with a 3.95. Night games, 112 and 81 with a 3.72. What was happening that you couldn't pitch?
What are you insinuating? Tell me.
I don't think I'm insinuating. I'm coming right and saying you were staying out too late. That's what was going on.
I'll tell you what. 2 nights before, the night before, never in my whole career did I ever go out.
Get out.
The night? Yes.
Never. Before a day game.
You know what? Maybe there was one time. And I think it was a Springsteen concert. I really do.
Boy, it lasted for your whole career, though.
That was some concert.
You know what? I was adamant about that because I never wanted an excuse. You know, if you're going out and whatever, having a burger.
But Al, it would be good if you had an excuse. 50 and 51, and you killed it at night. Killed it.
Because it was routine. It wasn't about staying out.
All right.
I wasn't able to take my 1 o'clock nap. I got my rigatoni alla vodka for lunch.
Alla what? Vodka?
The 1-2. Is that what you ate before every start at night?
Yeah, tried to.
Really?
No. Night game, yeah.
Why couldn't you just have rigatoni marinara? Why'd you have to have alla vodka?
I like the vodka sauce.
Really?
Yeah.
Now we know what all the twitching on the mound was about. Count 2-2 on Crosby.
Tom Seaver talked when I was over with the Mets, and he talked more about the 2 days before than the night before had more effect on your body clock and all that. So I believe that. Never wanted an excuse other than you were either good or bad. Execute those pitches. This slider down and in right here. That's all that matters.
Looped into shallow left, and that's going to do it. 1-2-3 inning for Sabathia. You do the math. That means that outliner stayed home 40% of his time in the big leagues. We go to the bottom of the fourth, 4-4 game. Four game time for the New York State Smokers quiz line quiz answer. And the question was, Derek Jeter has 2,551 hits in his first 1,000 games in the major leagues. Among players who debuted since 1920, who had the most hits after 2,000 games? And the answer is Al Simmons, 2,741.
Philadelphia A's. Way back when.
Now you might wonder, because I know I did, how many hits did Pete Rose, the all-time hit king, have through his first 2,000 games in the majors? And Pete had 2,520, which is 31 fewer than Jeter's total entering today's game. Melky grounds it to third. Nice play by Crosby. Took away a base hit. 1 out.
Crosby played a tough in-between hop here. This ball's gathering speed, a lot of overspin. Remember, this guy was a shortstop and only played shortstop until this year, and he's played 4 different positions as he's becoming more of a utility player. Hip high hop, and he stays with it. Does the 360, turns and throws it out. Nice play by Bobby Crosby, former #1 draft pick.
2004 American League Rookie of the Year.
Weak hack there by Ransom.
Boy, when you're struggling, it always happens that way. Pitcher paints a fastball and nasty breaking ball, and you're 0-2 almost every time, it seems. Slipping. Let that fastball go. You saw way tail away.
They now have that grater on the back side of the mound. In the old days, when Al pitched, they actually would have a tongue depressor out there.
Yeah. Way back 3 years ago.
Grounded to short. Backhanded by Cabrera, the long throw, and there's 2 away. That's going to bring up Derek Jeter. Jeter's 0 for 2 today.
So he gave those stats with Pete Rose. Pete Rose ended up with 40. How many hits did he have? 4,500 or so? Mm-hmm. So Derek's on that pace, yeah.
But remember, Pete played till he was 45, right?
Yeah, I think it's 4,300.
4,300.
Yeah. Past Ty Cobb.
So Derek's not going to play 45, 43?
Good question.
He's going to get 3,000. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Most hits in Yankee history, 2,721 for Lou Gehrig. No Yankees ever had 3,000 hits. Jeter hits one deep to center. There it goes. See ya. Into Monument Park. Sends a signal to Lou. He's coming. A solo shot for Jeter, and the Yankees take a 5-4 lead. Lou's still smiling.
He knows he's got some breathing room, but Derek is closing in on him. You know, I watched Derek Jeter take batting practice last night before the game, and I'll tell you what, he put on a display. He was hitting the ball all over the new Yankee Stadium with authority, and this one straight away, almost straight away center field. 4th home run of the year.
I don't know how many home runs. You've seen enough of his home runs. The straightaway center. Not many. That was a bomb.
Now, Kenny mentioned his 4th home run. He did not hit his 4th home run last year until June 13th. And that ties the record through 6 games for the most home runs in the first 6 games of the ballpark. KC's Municipal Stadium at 55. Heyman lines one to right field, coming on his cusp, and he'll make the play for the final out. But the Yankees take the lead. They've come all the way back. 3 homers on the day. This is home run number 3. 2 outs here in the 4th inning, and Jeter goes yard into Monument Park, and the Yankees are up by 1. As we go to the 5th inning, Yankees lead 5-4 on the Lexus scoreboard, 5-8-1, leading 4-3-1. And CeCe has a lead. And Sweeney lines one foul. By the way, Pete Rose final hit total 42-56.
Maybe kind of apropos that Jason Giambi just saw that home run. I know Jason probably in the he's going to be hitting third this inning. But Derek just passed him on the all-time Yankee list. They were tied.
Jeter moving on up. He's 10th on the all-time list. A-Rod's in a holding pattern on the DL. And the 0-2. One hopper, 2 Cano. Sweeney is 0 for 3. One away. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees. Here's Cabrera.
You talked about him struggling, Mikey? Or Michael?
Mikey's fine.
Yeah.
From you.
Not Al?
No, Al calls me Mikey sometimes too. You two and my nieces and nephew. That's it.
It's sort of an affectionate.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, he broke a 10-game hitting streak against the Yankees last night, speaking of Cabrera.
You know, there's so much ego involved with salaries. It's not that you want to make the most, but there are certain guys that you want to be in the same level as. And for Cabrera, it was Edgar Renteria. And when Renteria signed the 2-year, $18 million deal with the Giants, Cabrera said, well, I've got to get at least that. And that's why he held out as long as he... And Renteria's deal was signed well before the market was set. The Giants jumped in and signed him right away. Cabrera really felt, well, I'm just as good as this guy. And he couldn't get it. That's why he had to sign it last minute with the A's. He kept holding out for one team to do it. No one would.
Well, and this winter was very unusual. I think you had to start with Manny and his signing because it is a pecking order. And I know the Yankees, they went out and signed the need that they wanted. And it's a different scenario as far as this club and revenue. But when you wait for the premier guys and then they fall, as you say, Renteria getting his contract, and Orlando Cabrera, a solid player for many years. But he wasn't, Nomar Garciaparra. I know he's been hurt a lot, but there were several guys, Bobby Abreu and others, that had to wait into spring training right up to. And anytime players have to wait, it definitely becomes a buyer's market. And anytime that's the case, if the values go down and these guys don't get what they thought the market was deserved, and deservingly so. I mean, the economy and everything that we've read about and know what's going on with Wall Street, it definitely has hit and affected some of these players.
Now, wouldn't you say, Al, that most players or free agents like to be signed by Christmas, so they know exactly where they're going, and they go out and buy a lot of presents?
All straight back and out of play. And there were some outfielders that really mistimed it. Two guys nailed it right away. Raul Ibanez, 3 years, $30 million. And then Pat Burrell, 2 years, $18 million. And then a guy like Abreu said, well, I'm as good as those guys. And he thought that money was going to be there. And the market fell, and he had to sign for $5 million, which was an $11 million drop from what he made with the Yankees.
Adam Dunn, you could put him in there?
Yes. Right at Ransom on the broken bat liner, 2 away. Adam Dunn last year knew he was going to be a free agent, and there were rumors that he thought he was going to get a 5-year, $100 million deal. And he ended up signing a 2-year, $20 million deal with the Nationals, which isn't terrible, obviously, but certainly much less than he thought he was going to get.
And maybe thinking he would have more teams in the in the bidding, and that didn't happen.
Well, historically, when you heard a player, a team, or agent talking about a January signing, or after you mentioned about Christmas and the holidays, that was a big red flag as to how the market was playing out. Now, if a player had to wait after the New Year's, it wasn't going to be a favorable deal to the player. And there were a lot of quality, type A free agents that weren't signed right up to spring training. The case with the A's, they were able to cherry pick Billy Beane and get Nomar and also Orlando Cabrera.
And there's still what many would consider a type A pitcher out there, Pedro Martinez, who has it in his mind what he's worth. He wants the same thing as John Smoltz got from the Red Sox, and that money's not out there anymore. Smoltz signed earlier. But Pedro's banking on somebody being so desperate that they'll come out with $5 million guaranteed.
Yeah, you know what? I think it's a little different for pitchers because as the season goes on, pitchers do get hurt. You know, we see that. And, you know, somebody like Pedro who showed that he's throwing pretty well, maybe not like the old Pedro. If that was the case, he'd been signed a long time ago to the big-time Bucks.
Count 2-2 on Giambi.
I think every player, especially Pedro Martinez, I believe he's going to be a Hall of Famer. And, you know, I think there's their best case scenario that they think about an opportunity for when they're ready to sign. And I know it sounds unfair because the season started, but the value, as you mentioned, Michael, he'll get to a point where he either wants to play baseball or not. And at that moment, there's going to be a team that's going to pick him up for their price.
Swing and a miss. Breaking ball by Sabathia has Giambi down on strikes, and CeCe has retired the last 8 in a row. Hey, by the way, it's an official game, and with rain in the forecast, that's a big deal. We're halfway through. Yankees lead 5-4. Ground ball to third off the bat of Teixeira, and Crosby sends it across the diamond, one away. On the Lexus scoreboard, Yankees are leading 5-4. 5-8-1, leading 4-3-1. Yankees have 3 home runs today, and the A's have 1. Here's Posada.
Jorge's average has probably jumped over the 300 mark here. 2 for 2.
311. There's a strike. Posada has certainly given the Yankees more than they could have hoped for. There was some doubt whether he'd be ready for the beginning of the season. He certainly has been. And he's caught when they have to have him catch. So his shoulder is responding fairly well.
Had a chat with Tony Pena yesterday before the game, and Tony was talking about the fact that as well as Posada has thrown the ball, he thinks he's going to get better. He said he's been on a steady ascending plane with his arm and his throwing. But he says when weather starts to warm up, he thinks by May he'll be back to 100%. I'll tell you what, his bat's at about 100%, though. He's been hitting her going back to spring training.
And that's something that was really under the radar last year, that his batting was affected because of the shoulder. He just didn't have strength in his swing. Everybody thought, well, it's just it's just his throwing, but his hitting was effective.
There's guys when you face, and you look at the Yankee lineup, and they're really a unique lineup because historically they've always been a team where they've been able to take pitches. They're not they're afraid to go to 3-2. They'll take their walks. I think about Posada and the element, how important he's in there when he's out, how missed these at-bats are, fighting off tough pitches. And they're not easy outs. Very seldom do you see him hack at a first pitch, breaking ball, ground out, or a fastball that he missed maybe. But it's that kind of a grind out at bat, and I can't say enough about the importance of, especially in this day and age with pitch counts. You have a guy like Posada and Damon and Jeter to a certain extent, Matsui.
Swing and a miss.
That was a good breaking ball from Anderson.
Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Ford, the official truck of the New York Yankees, J&R Music and Computer World, and Audi, the official luxury vehicle of the New York Yankees. Here's Robinson Cano, an RBI ground out last time up. He's 0 for 2. He has a 9-game hitting streak. Serves that one down the left field line and out of play.
But to finish the point, I don't know if I even made a point, but the idea of that there's certain guys that even though they're well respected and you value as a pitcher, a guy in the batter's box as a major league hitter, there are areas in which you can go to get a guy out, or at least not hit the barrel of the bat.
Ground ball and through for a base hit. 10-game hitting streak for Cano.
Stays on this slider up in the zone, not a spot where the pitcher wants a breaking ball lefty on lefty. Want this breaking ball to go down the way. Robbie not trying to pull off this ball. This is good hitting. Be able to stay balanced enough to keep his hands back. Hard enough chopper through the hole there past Cabrera.
23 of his last 24 since last season, 14 of 15 so far this year. Swisher had an RBI single in the third. Is his first ribby in 6 games. And his uniform bears the brunt of him trying to stretch that single into a double. He fell.
12 RBI is now tied with Jorge Posada for the team lead.
Strike.
I think it's raining a little harder.
Clean uniform then, filthy uniform now. Popped up. Mark Ellis back on the outfield grass. 5 innings in the book here at the stadium. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. Brett Anderson's team is losing by 1. Yankees are up 5-4 as we go to the 6th. Break time. Time for a fresh brewed cup of coffee. At Yes, we get our Green Mountain K-Cup coffee system from the same people who bring us our office supplies. WB Mason. Who but? Good buddies at WB Mason. And Matt Holliday against CC Sabathia. Ball one. 5-9-1. Leading 4-3-1. It's starting to rain a little bit harder here at the stadium. It's been raining for most of the game. And Sabathia deals. Soft ground ball to short. Jeter. Away. 9 in a row for Sabathia.
He appears now that he's starting to get all of his pitches over and making decent pitches with all of his pitches. Fastball, slider, changeup. Mixing it up for the hitters, keeping them off balance. You start seeing those ground balls in on the hands. That ground ball just off the bat of Holiday, I should say, and then the soft line drives off the end of the bat. They can't quite square it up on the bat, the hitters of the Oakland A's at this point in the game.
And a command issue. Through the first 9, he walked 2 guys. In 2 of his 3 starts, he had 5 walks. And when CC's on, he's a guy that not only is he a strikeout dominating pitcher, but he doesn't walk many. His walks to innings, career-wise, is very good.
Count 2-0.
That's where, the comfort level comes in for a pitcher when you can get on the mound. Forget about the guys that have their A stuff. When you have your A stuff as a major league pitcher, you'll probably pitch a good ball game. Maybe you win the game, depending upon how your offense. But it's the games where you're off a little bit, either command or velocity, and that's when you got to really be able to back off and understand, okay, which of my pitches are working and which aren't, and then maintain that until either your velocity comes up or you get better command.
89 pitches for Sabathia, 53 strikes, 36 balls. There's a strike.
And that's really the difference between your dominating pitchers, your CC Sabathias, your A.J. Burnett, or Roy Halladay, or Tim Lincecum, you name it, Johan Santana. You have a pitcher with plus stuff that could get 3 pitches over pretty much any time in the count. And you put that combination together, those are your perennial all-star, preeminent, dominating 1-2 starters.
Here's Cuss with that 3-2 count again.
And the pitch. Just missed, so Custer works a 1-out walk, and that breaks a string of 9 straight retired by Sabathia.
You mentioned Cust. He's a guy that, we mentioned yesterday, I believe, about him either walking or striking out. It's a matter of just a hitter deciding not being so selective as to waiting for his pitch. 197 strikeouts last year, Jack Cust.
There's Kurt Suzuki, struck the big blow against Sabathia, gave the A's a 3-0 lead, a 3-run home run in the second. Slices that one foul.
This happened in the second inning, and looked like a breaking ball, didn't have much bite to it. David back, a little controversy. It was a check of this on the instant replay, but Jerry Davis, the crew chief, said, yeah, that would have been a home run. Or it was a home run.
Strike. Count 0-2.
Dropped a nice changeup, moving away to the outside corner. And when you're a hitter and you're 0-2 count, things get confusing. You don't know what's going to happen next. You know, back in the day, way back when, it was almost an automatic brushback pitch, 0-2. Nowadays, it's even more indecisive.
Grounded to third. Ransom makes the play at first on a beautiful backhand scoop by Teixeira as Cuss moves to second.
Michael, in our open today, in our second segment, we were talking about the defense of one Mark Teixeira, and this is part of it. Scooping balls out of the dirt. And he is very, very adept at moves just like that one. And, the infielders on the left side in particular, in this case, it's Cody Ransom. Get it started over there in the general vicinity, and usually he's going to come up with it. And Teixeira pulls that one out of the dirt.
No coincidence that during the Yankee stretch of 4 championships in 5 years, Tino Martinez was the first baseman. And Tino's probably the best fielding first baseman who never won a Gold Glove. But he was outstanding at first for the Yankees. Right back up the middle, that's a base hit. Custer's going to round third. Here he comes. Here's the throw by Melky. It's way offline. Moving to second on the throw is Ellis. It's a tie game, an RBI single for Mark Ellis. It's 5-5.
Now, we were talking about not putting your hand up. That was a solid line drive, and it's a good thing they didn't get a piece of the pitching hand of CC Sabathia. Melky Cabrera with a strong throw. I think if it was online, he might have had a chance to get Jack Cuss, but it's offline, and the A's have tied the ball game.
Here's Landon Powell, and here's a strike.
Ellis went to second on the throw to the plate.
Thankfully, that didn't hit his hand. That was a rocket. Ooh.
Count 1-1. We're in the 6th inning, a 5-5 game. The A's led 3-0, then 3-2, then 4-2. Then it was 4-4. Yankees led 5-4, and now it's 5-5. Shattered bat, soft ground ball to Ransom. He fields and goes across the diamond for the final out. But a walk and a single tie the score against Sabathia and the Yankees. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 left. We go to the bottom of the 6th, 5-5. Bottom of the 6th inning, and the Yankees and the A's are tied at 5. Matsui leads off. Breaking ball is inside, 1-0. 3 of Matsui's last 5 hits have been extra base hits. Today he's 1 for 2 with a home run. Popped up. Bobby Crosby and Suzuki, and Crosby makes the play. Time for another look at today's Toyota text poll. Once again, the question, which former Yankee from 08 will have the most success with his new club in 09? You've been texting to 58772, and here's what you think. Bobby Abreu, a landslide. 71% think he'll have the best year. Then Giambi, Pavano over Pudge. Wow. See how that turns out. Now, one thing we've noticed, Al, is that Anderson moves to different sides of the rubber for a righty or lefty batter. What's he trying to do with that?
Well, normally you'd move on the pitcher's rubber based on being able to get the ball in or away. Meaning you want to go to the third base side if you have difficulty driving the ball on the inside part of the plate.
To a righty.
To a righty. But as he's sliding here, he's on the third base side throwing a changeup away. That was my feeling, because I was a guy that threw inside on the righty a lot, and I had difficulty getting through sometimes, and you'd leave the ball out of the plate. So just move over to the third base side.
See Michael Wirtz warming.
But then there's two Tom Glavine changeup guys that want to be on the third base side to be able to have that ball have the illusion that it's in the zone longer and then down and away.
Wirtz was warming up from the very beginning of the inning, so it was quite obvious that Bob Guerin had Brett Anderson on a short leash going into the bottom of the 6th inning, looking for any signs of trouble, and he's going to go out and get the 21-year-old left-hander and take him out of the ball game.
So Bob Guerin, the former Yankee catcher, signals to the bullpen. Michael Wirtz will come on. That's it for Brett Anderson. Wirtz inherits a runner at first with 1 out. It'll be Wirtz against Ransom. We're in the bottom of the 6th. It's a 5-5 tie. Series finale against the A's. Keep it on yes for the WB Mason postgame. Nancy Newman will be back in the studio to take you through the highlights, and Kimberly Jones talks to the players in the clubhouse. It's the WB Mason postgame, and it's right here on yes. Well, the A's have a 7-man bullpen, all of them right-handers, so not a lot of mix and match ability for Bob Guerin. Brett Anderson's day is over. 97 pitches, 1 out into the 6, 9 hits, 5 runs, 5 runs, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts. The runner at first is his responsibility. You see Wirtz's numbers. He struck out at least 1 batter in 6 of his 7 appearances, 9 strikeouts in 7 innings. Has yet to walk a batter. And he'll face Cody Ransom. There's a strike. In 2 previous appearances against the Yankees, Wirtz went an inning and 2/3, 4 hits, 2 runs, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts. So a 10.80 ERA lifetime against the Yanks. inside.
A's have shown some really good young power arms. We saw Bailey last night. They have Brad Ziegler, a little sidearm. It's closer, but this Michael Wirtz is a guy that been around for a while with the Cubs, 30 years old. He's done a nice job so far. Very comfortable here. Traded in spring training.
Melky's looking for his first steal of the year.
There he goes. Throw to second. He doesn't get it there. Good throw by Suzuki. And Ellis makes the tag. So caught stealing 2-4.
Melky with a decent jump, but a good pitch for Suzuki to throw on, and he laid it right on the bag for Mark Ellis, the second baseman. Maybe not such a good pitch. In the dirt, good dig out, and an excellent throw. Suzuki with the quick feet and delivers a strike to second base. Suzuki's done it all today. Throwing out a runner, hitting a 3-run homer.
2-1 to Ransom. 3-1. Line drive, base hit, left field line. And it goes right to the wall, down into the corner. Played out there by Holiday. And boy, that caught stealing looms very large as Ransom picks up a double.
I think this pitch is belt high out over the plate. Yep. That's Cody Ransom's happy zone right there. And he just drags this into the left field corner with authority.
Well, he was in a good fastball count, 3-1 count, as you just saw down the middle. Good for a guy who's struggling to be able to get a pitch that can drive.
Here's Jeter, 1 for 3, his 4th home run of the year. Breaking ball strike from Wirtz. Dribbled slowly in front of the plate. And Jeter's saying, pick it up, it's foul. This year, hitting .462 with runners in scoring position. 6 hits and 13 at-bats. Bottom of the 6th, a 5-5 game. The Yankees about hit the A's. You can see on that auxiliary scoreboard 10-4. Line drive and over the leaping try of Cabrera into left center field. Ransom scores. Jeter's going for 2. He's in there with a double. An RBI double as the Yankees take a 6-5 lead.
First of all, he hit a tough pitch. Second of all, to get a double out of that, that's hustling right out of the box. Second run batted end of the day for Derek Jeter. Yeah, had to go down and get it just over the head of Orlando Cabrera. And then to have Sweeney, I don't know if he was just going lazily after it, but yeah, that was a tough hit. Went down and got it. But right here decides, well, he's not coming after it fast enough. Gets a little hep to the step and gets into second with a 2-base hit, the right hand, just ahead of the tag.
Jeter now 5 for 6, 2 outs, runners in scoring position. Those are the hits that really hurt the opposing team. As Gaiman takes a pitch outside, 1-0.
It's just a money come-through clutch hit. See how this game plays out. But two out hit, runner in scoring position, but 0-2 count. As Kenny was said, that's a tough pitch, a slider going down the way. These Yankee hitters have been very aggressive with this outfield, the Oakland A's outfield. Some of it's paid off. It paid off there. 0-2, a defensive count. See where this ends up. Slider. I mean, that's a good down and away pitch. Able to keep his hands, his eyes on the ball. He's leaking a little bit here. Barrel the bat through the hole. Nice punch hitting. That's money. Put the ball in play. Something good will happen.
2-0. Nub slowly down the third baseline, and Johnny has another infield hit. He had one down the first baseline in the first. Now he tries the third baseline here in the sixth, and he picks up his second hit. And both of them, I think, combined traveled 25 feet.
Yeah, but look at this one. This one's unusual. If we get a shot at this, it's going to roll and start to head to the left and then come back to the right and stay fair.
Z Bellata.
It looked like it was going to go roll into foul territory, and look at the English or whatever you want to call it on that one, the spin, and it goes back into fair territory for a base hit. Johnny's now 2 for 4. That looked like it was going to go foul.
It's a knock.
What can you do? You take them.
Kurt Young goes out and talks with Wirtz. And Johnny Damon has picked up his 5th multi-hit game of the year.
Those signs that Kurt Suzuki are giving to the rest of the infielders as to what the A's might do if Johnny Damon takes off for second with Derek Jeter at third. They don't want to give up the double steal here. And sometimes those double steals occur when a hitter like Teixeira falls behind on the count. You really don't want to have somebody thrown out with him at the plate with a chance to drive in some runs.
Plus, by Johnny not going anywhere, the Jeter's a big insurance right here, keeping
the hole
open.
Yeah.
Former Yankee Russ Springer warming for the A's. Yankees up by 1, looking for more. The pitch outside. Line drive, base hit through the right side for Teixeira. Jeter scores. Damon moves to second. An RBI single for Teixeira, and the Yankees now lead 7-5.
Well, I was talking about keeping that hole open, and even though this pitch is on the outer third, he's able to get to it and pull it because it was a breaking ball. Hit hard through the hole in the right field. Derek Jeter's going to score his second run of the afternoon. And Mark Teixeira starting to heat up with the bat as yet another run batted in.
So important to get these add-on, tack-on runs. Give some breathing room for the bullpen. Backbreakers. Feel the defense and the opposing pitcher.
Here's Posada, 2 for 3. And there's a strike. The single by Teixeira drove in a run. He's now driven in a run in 5 straight games. Ground ball to second. Ellis will take the out at first, and that will do it. But the Yankees break the tie. 2 runs on 4 hits. The big blow, a 2-out single. Check that double by Derek Jeter. Drives in. Cody Ransom just gets in there. Yankees up by 2. And yes, don't miss WB Mason presents the Joe Girardi Show. As the manager sits down to discuss this series with the A's and the weekend series against the Boston Red Sox. The Joe Girardi Show, all new Sunday at 7:30 only on Yes. CC Sabathia out for the 7th, and he will face the number 9 hitter Bobby Crosby. The Yankees have a 7-5 lead. A seesaw affair here on a rainy Wednesday in the Bronx. Yankees have pounded out 13 hits. The A's 4.
Well, you mentioned Joe Girardi was going to give him a 120 pitch count limit after 122 his previous start. I thought maybe at that 100 pitch count, now he's at 102.
Phil Koch, the lefty. Jonathan Albaladejo, the righty.
That's where you know also, too, as a starter, you've struggled off and on, but here you are. You have an opportunity to get through 7 innings. This is a real good inning if you can get through it quickly.
Ground ball left side, backhanded by Jeter. The jump past the first. Not in time. Infield single for Bobby Crosby.
If the Yankees hold on and win this game and CC Sabathia does get the victory, I think the first thing he will credit will be his offense. Let's take a look at the IOTV HD super shot as Derek Jeter with the patented jump pass throw. Couldn't get enough on this one, and Bobby Crosby has too much speed. He beats it out for a leadoff single here in the top of the 7th.
There's Ryan Sweeney. And there's a strike. Sabathia trying to move his record to 2-1 on the season. The Yankees trying to go 3 games over 500 at 9-6. And if they win this game, then their first homestand would have been a successful one at 4-2, 105 pitches for Sabathia. And their first road trip was a successful one at 5-4. The 1-1. Now, last time out we mentioned Sabathia threw 122 pitches. And that's the most in April for any Yankee starter since Roger Clemens threw 124 on April 30th of 2000.
Both those pitchers had something in common. They were stronger than most guys out there on the mound.
Cowboy. The 2-2. Outside 3-2, and Sabathia looked right down at the mound after delivering that one.
Well, he's attacked Sweeney the whole at bat with some fastballs. Now this is a big decision right here for Dave Island and Joe Girardi. Does he get him here? Do you pull him for a Cabrera? Righty on righty?
Ooh, the umpire twitched. C.B. Buckner did not call a strike. Instead, ball 4, first and second, nobody out.
Well, let's see the twitch from C.B. Buckner.
That was low.
And off the plate. Good call.
The Yankees trying to decide how they're going to play this defensively. They got Ransom in on the grass at third. Cabrera's been struggling with the bat. His own admission.
And he bunts. Beautiful bunt. Sabathia makes the play at first. The runners move up. Now the tying run is at second. You score that sac bunt 1-3.
This is what Cabrera was trying to do last. Get a bunt down. He couldn't quite do it. And as Michael called it, an excellent sacrifice bunt, barely onto the grass. CC has to come up. Only one play. Off to the mound and onto the sheriff for the out.
Now here's Giambi, the former Yankee who's been quiet in his first trip back to the Bronx in another uniform. 2 for his last 25. 2 for 14 lifetime against Sabathia. Ground ball up the middle. It goes off the rubber. 1 run will score. Jeter's throw to first. They just got Giambi. And now the Yankees lead 7-6. Yankees might have lucked out when that ball hit the rubber. It might have been up the middle.
Well, let's see which part of the pitcher's rubber it hit, but it definitely hit off the rubber and ricocheted up in the air. Oh, right in the landing spot. There's usually a couple little holes there after several pitches have been thrown during the day. That ball would have been up the middle. This would have been a tie ball game. Nice little cherry hop right to Jeter. Watch it hit the hole where CC's landing foot was, right in that hole. Maybe Jeter might have gotten to it. He was playing Giambi to pull.
Well, Joe Girardi went out to talk to CC, but he's going to leave him in there to face Matt Holliday.
Now Holliday is 1 for 2. Infield single, a walk, and a run scored. And the pitch. Up the middle, almost took down CC, and instead it takes away the lead. An RBI single up the middle. It's a 7-7 game. Well, Joe elects to let Sabathia pitch to Holliday, and the move turns out to not work.
A little changeup right between his body and glove. It looked like it was, but his coming back reaction time, I don't believe it was hit as hard as it looked. Perhaps maybe he was able to knock it down.
Well, CC gets his first share of some Bronx boos as he walks up the mound. 7-7 game. The Yankees go to the bullpen. The Yankees head to Boston for a 3-game set with the Red Sox. Coverage on Yes starts Friday at 6 with batting practice today and the Tri-State Ford pregame. Then on Saturday, turn to Yes after the final mile for the WB Mason postgame. It's the Yankees against the Red Sox. It all starts again, and the coverage begins Friday at 6 right here on Yes.
Yeah, some of the problems today for CC Sabathia, once again, 4 base on balls. 3 of those walks scored during the course of the game. And what happens after base on balls, you try and relocate the strike zone, and all of a sudden you're throwing pitches towards the middle of the plate, and they get hit. Also, in that situation, you know, you were thinking that Joe Girardi might have gone to the bullpen, but he didn't do it. He let him face Matt Holliday, pretty good hitter. And Holliday came up with his second hit of the day, his first run batted in. And now they're going to turn it over to Phil Koch to face the left-hander Jack Cuss. You know, I think one reason why Joe Girardi left him in, he's trying to show him, you're my guy. You're the number one guy here. We brought you in here to get people out, and I have faith that you will be able to do it. Now, maybe in the future, you might rethink that if this trend continues where, he's giving up hits that tie ball games. I mean, the offense has really helped CC out today and given him 7 runs to work with, but on a couple of occasions he's given those runs right back, including this particular inning.
And also, too, there's managers that are more inclined to do the quick hook. They have more faith in the bullpen guys, and to go in line with Girardi. You have a starter out there. Yes, he's struggling. He's your front end guy. You're going to depend on him to win your championship. Yes, he's been erratic with his command and not as sharp as he's going to be, or has he pitched in the past when he's been dominant. But there's a feel thing when you have your starter out there. It's 2 outs, and you want him to get through the inning, obviously.
So Phil Coke against Jack Cuss. Yankees and the A's are tied at 7 here in the 7th. Leading off first is Holiday. Coke throws over.
And you mentioned the walks with CC, Kenny. Also, this is early in the year. And CC Sabathia, we've seen him over the years. If Yankees fans have watched them as opposing teams, he's got plus velocity. And he's really touched on it occasionally, but really hasn't shown that consistently yet. And that will come. And that's the matter of difference. When you have that little extra click, that 94, 95, he'll hit a 96. Most of the velocities, as we were watching here on the Yes gun, 91, 92, 89, hit a 94. He's a little short there, and I think that really plays into a guy who's been and is as dominant as CC is.
Cuss does not expand the strike zone for the pitcher. And the count 2-0. You've got to throw strikes to him. Has no problem with 2 strikes. Against lefties, though, he has a problem. 5 hits and 22 at-bats this season. That's 227. And he hits 385, 10 for 26 against righties. So the numbers against lefties go down as he grounds out to Cano. But the A's tie the score. 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left at the end of 6.5. It's time for the 7th inning stretch here at the stadium. The Yankees and the A's are tied at 7, but let's stay right here in the Bronx as we honor America.
As we remember the servicemen and women serving our country at home and around the globe. Now please join Kate Smith as she sings God Bless America.
Here at the stadium, the Yankees and the A's are tied at 7-13-1 and 7-6-1 for the A's. New pitcher for the A's is Russ Springer. So obviously the starters will not be involved in the decision. The decision will be handled by the bullpen. And you see what Russ Springer has done in 6 games, 5 2/3, 3 hits, a walk, and 7 strikeouts.
One of the veteran pitchers on this A's staff. Most of the young arms out there in the bullpen and certainly in the rotation.
40 years old, Russ Springer. The Yankee farmhand, was drafted by the Yankees in 1989 at LSU. He's had a nice career. Shoulder surgery, last 3 years with the Astros and the Cardinals. He's been very, very good.
Cano 1 for 3. His single in the 5th extended his hitting streak to 10 straight. Line drive, another base hit for Cano. He continues his red-hot start. Leadoff single.
Well, the Yankee offenses have been more than up to the task today. They have to do it at least one more time in this tie ball game. And Cano, who Michael has said has been just anytime you make a mistake, he's going to put good wood on it. It's just a matter of whether it finds a hole, and this time it does, by Cabrera and into left center field for a base hit.
What a difference when a guy's struggling. That ball's up and away, and if a hitter isn't feeling as good as Robinson Cano right there, they'll pull off a little bit more, hit a fly ball to left as opposed to still staying balanced and driving the ball where the pitch is thrown. He's hitting.
Yankees now with 14 hits.
And the pitch to Swisher is upstairs 1-0. Driven deep to right field. That ball is a foul ball. It kept hooking. He hit it very hard, though, but couldn't keep it fair.
Yeah, sometimes the hitter at home plate will tell you whether it's going to be a fair or a foul ball. Watch the reaction of Nick Swisher. Doesn't even move. Pitchers would call that a loud strike. But it could be a warning strike, too. You better stay away from there.
Stay away from the middle. All these pitches right now from Springer have been up. I'm going to try to come inside here.
1-1. There's a strike right on the inside corner.
I asked Russ about, what's going on with the little renaissance here? You're better now in the last, late 30s, now 40. And he said the cutter. And there's that pitch. And it really has become I wouldn't say a nouveau pitch. I mean, Mariano's done it for years, best in the business. But that was a pitch that he has now developed in the last 3 years.
Al, is it a hard pitch to master? You obviously mastered it.
It wasn't for me because I threw a slider and it just emerged into a cut fastball. So I think for guys that are sinker slider guys that really want to just gain velocity on their slider, it becomes a cutter.
Along with Al Leiter and Ken Singleton, I'm Michael Kay, and you're watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yankee Entertainment and Sports Network. We thank you for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Yankees and the A's are tied at 7. The final game of what is now a 6-game road trip on to Boston on Friday, and then Detroit Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. The pitch. Hammered foul. You just wonder when you see pitchers that are successful, there seem to be 2 pitches that are imperative to have: the cutter and the changeup. I mean, if I had a kid, I'd teach him to throw a changeup. Is it hard to throw a change?
For me, it was because of how I threw four-seamer, I threw a curveball, everything inverts, and then a cutter or a slider, your hand turns in. And guys that have good changeups are able to stay inside the baseball and kind of throw a screwball-like effect where your hand would pronate, which would be going out as opposed to in. The Tom Glavine and the John Francos and good, boring two-seamers. Those guys are more able to have the good changeup.
And to support your theory, Mariano and Pettit both had outstanding changeups when they came up. That was their out pitch. Then they developed the cutter, and they said they just didn't have the right hand angle anymore in order to throw the change correctly. Edouard Ramirez throws an outstanding change, a Bugs Bunny change. 3-2. And Swisher works a walk. So Springer has worked himself into trouble.
Well, the Yankees in this game, talking about their offense that Bob Guerin's been watching, the Yankees have not gone 1-2-3 in this whole ball game. So they've had men on base every inning that the A's pitching staff has had to contend with.
Just playing with danger.
Yeah, playing with fire.
Yep, the walks. Anybody knows at any level you want the hitters to earn their way on. Easier said than done, I know, because then it's a matter of executing the good pitch. Not going to throw stuff down the middle all the time. Major League hitters will square it up.
Pitch to Matsui. Fastball high, 1-0.
Landon Powell at first base. It looks like he's expecting a bunt. I don't think Matsui's going to bunt. That's just not what he does in these situations. I know that Powell's had some problems with the leather today. He ought to move back, give himself some more room.
Springer's having some trouble with the strike zone. Now Suzuki goes out and talks with him. Well, fans, celebrate the inaugural season of Yankee Stadium with a special giveaway on Saturday, May 2nd, when the Yankees play the Angels. All fans in attendance are going to receive an inaugural season cap courtesy of an HR block. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com, visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. So a quick mound conference to settle down Springer. Kurt Young, the pitching coach.
Talking about the cutter, Kurt Young, yesterday we were chit-chatting about some pitching and stuff and baseball, and he got a baseball and said about, how do you hold the cutter? And it was a pitch we actually talked about for a while.
They've backed up Powell at first, but Springer's lost the strike zone. The count 3-0.
Now, once the count got to 2-0, and it was evident that Matsui wasn't going to bunt it, which to me was evident right from the start, they moved Powell back.
Taking all the way, 3-1. Brad Ziegler throwing in the A's bullpen. And the 3-1 pitch. High fly ball, shallow right field. That might dunk in, and it does. And the bases are loaded on the bloop single by Matsui. That one was off the end of the bat, and the bat broke. And Matsui picked up his second hit.
Well, you got Jack Cuss in right field playing pretty deep. You got Ryan Sweeney in center also back. And Matsui takes the big swing. Sometimes an outfielder, it freezes you when somebody takes a big swing. Matsui's already homer today, but as Michael called it, was off the end of the bat. Matsui thinks, that just popped up. Wanted to drive in a run. Maybe doesn't do that, but gets himself a base hit as the ball falls in, and the bases are loaded. Mark Ellis with the outstretched glove. It's going to elude his glove. And now the bases are loaded with nobody out.
Here's Melky Cabrera. Melky today 1 for 2, a home run and a walk. Swings through a fastball and the count 0-1. With the bases loaded, lifetime 17 for 50.
We were talking about Matsui has never had a sacrifice bunt in the big leagues.
The 0-1. Foul back. 0-2.
Yeah, there are certain guys in the lineup, no matter where they played, you just don't expect them or ask them to bunt. Your 3, 4, 5 guys, they don't bunt.
Look at it.
cutter coming in, 0-2. Almost clipping Melky.
The 1-2. Swung and missed. Boy, he expanded the strike zone, went up the ladder, and Melky chased one away. Big strikeout for Springer.
That's going to force the Yankees to go to the bench here as Melky leaves the strike zone, and I mean by a lot, and more or less strikes himself out here. And here's where Joe Girardi's going to go for the win. He's going to bring up Brett Gardner, the only left-handed hitter. Well, he's got Ramiro Pena, switch hitter, but Gardner is going to hit in place of Ransom here.
Now, one thing that the Yankees, with the injury to Nady, have against them, they really don't have much of a bench. I mean, with the starting lineup that's out there right now, you've got Brett Gardner from the left side, you've got Jose Molina from the right side, and you got a neophyte, Ramiro Pena, as a switch hitter. I mean, that's not much firepower off the bench.
But this is the best move he's got today.
Yep.
Well, tough to double up. Brett Gardner banged the ball on the ground on the left side.
Yankees are 5 for 10 today with runners in scoring position. One now with Gardner up, you always have to guard against that slow roller, and that's why both corners are up. Landon Powell, who is not proficient at first base, he's right on the lip of the grass once the ball is delivered. And Bobby Crosby, a shortstop by trade, moves into the lip when the pitch is delivered. 1-1. 1-2.
Also with Powell at first base, the ball's hitting this direction, he's going to come home. They're going to try and get the runner at home, if nothing else, with Gardner at the plate.
That was a pitch right there that comes with a fastball cutter. The fastball right there,
out over the plate.
Fouls it straight back. It's a pitch he wants back. This is pretty much middle of the plate. Had a little run to it, but you see that ball tailing away from him.
1-2. Popped up. Crosby's going to make that play, and Springer is 1 out away from working out of this jam. But he's going to have to get the captain to do it.
Cutter in on the hands.
It's a late break cutter. Holds his hands in, can't do much with it.
Let's see if the captain can be clutch once again. He's 2 for 4 today, a home run, a double, 2 runs scored, 2 ribbies. And he's 0 for 3 against Springer. And righties this year 0 for 14 against Springer. And the pitch. Oh, nice block by Suzuki. That saves a run.
Last night, Suzuki had a similar breaking ball. Dana Evelyn about a 57-footer.
I like his quickness behind
That's
the plate.
nice. Yeah.
That's very, very well executed.
Bring your body in, rolling your shoulders.
Jeter this year 5 for 6 with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. And that's the case right now. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Bottom of the 7th, 7-7 game. The pitch. Check swing. Did he go? No, said the first base umpire, Mike Everett.
Here's when your plate discipline really has to be at its max. With the bases loaded, game on the line, you don't want to be helping the pitcher out. Let him dig himself a deeper hole.
362 hitter with the bases loaded, 1 grand slam.
You can really look for a pitch right there. Springer cannot afford to go to 3 balls and no strikes.
And the 2-0. Paints the outside corner. Nasty 2-0 pitch, 2-1.
It was, but it's not something you're going to swing at 2-0.
Came back a little. And a good frame by Suzuki. The 2-1. 2-2.
Must be sneaky. Russ Springer throws across his body just enough and hides the baseball. The velocity we've been seeing up here on the stadium gun is right at about 90 miles an hour. Guys just aren't quite squaring up. You see that ball right there? That was pretty much middle. It was up enough for Derek not to be able to get on top of it.
Cano singles open the inning. A walk to Swisher. A bloop single by Matsui. Bases loaded, nobody out. Cabrera struck out. Gardner popped to third. Now Jeter has a 2-2 count. Springer deals. Fouled away. Melky chased out of the strike zone. The pinch hitter Gardner popped up to third on a cutter coming in on his hands. And now it's up to Jeter. A's led this one 3-0, 4-2. Yankees led 5-4. And 7-5. Now it's 7-7. And the 2-2. Popped up. Right side. Ellis on the outfield grass. And the Yankees, with the bases loaded and nobody out, do not score a run. A Lazarus-like performance by Russ Springer as the Yankees lead 3. And we go to the 8th, 7-7. Land Rover drive of the game.
Game in the 4th inning. Derek Jeter is at the plate. 2 outs, nobody on. And this one's headed just to the right of straightaway center field. Over 400 feet away. And for Derek Jeter, that's his 4th home run of the year. And that's hard. Land Rover drive of the game.
So Russ Springer got himself into a real jam and got out of it. Finally getting Derek Jeter to pop up to second base. Bases loaded, nobody out, and the Yankees cannot push across a run. So we go to the 8th inning tied. New pitcher for the Yankees is Jonathan Albaladejo. Third pitcher used by the Yankees, Sabathia. Then Phil Coke came on to get the final out of the 7th, and now it's Albaladejo here in the 8th. And he'll face Kurt Suzuki. There's a strike. 8 innings, 7 hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. Ramiro Pena takes over at third. Rounded up the middle. Jeter stabs it and can't get off a strong throw. So Suzuki continues his hot hitting against the Yankees. He has 6 hits in 2 games.
Perfectly placed up the middle. Derek outstretched. Realized that if he continues to go that way, he'd have to plant, so he pirouetted, being able to spin, quicker move. I don't believe he would have gotten Suzuki even if it was on line.
Now, if you're the A's, do you bunt Mark Ellis?
Throw over right there is a see if it's an indicator as to whether Ellis is going to square. Abaladejo getting that from Joe Girardi in the bench. I got to believe late in the game you got to create something to push that runner over. 7-hole hitter up.
Well, Pena's convinced he's going to bunt because he is well in on the grass at third.
Damaso Marte begins to throw. And Ellis squares, pitch upstairs. Mike Gallego gives the signs.
See if he gets in a bad count. Abaladejo's only got 2 strikeouts and 2 walks. He's shown that he's throwing the ball in the zone but not striking many guys out.
Bunted toward first. Teixeira will make the out. He'll step on the bag, 1 away, and moving to second is Suzuki. So the sacrifice is successful. Unassisted 3. Hey fans, today and throughout the Yankees season on Yes, we're allowing you to vote along with the 3 of us here in the booth for the Chevy Player of the Game. Text your vote to 58772. Today's candidates are number 1, Derek Jeter, number 2, Kurt Suzuki, number 3, Mark Teixeira, number 4, Matt Holliday. Vote now and make your voice heard. And standard text messaging rates certainly apply. So now the go-ahead runners in scoring position for the A's as Dave Island goes to the bullpen phone. The A's are 4 for 7 with runners in scoring position today. Landon Powell takes pitch low, 1-0. Powell walked in the second. The F7 is a fly ball to left. That's in the 4th. And a 5-3 there in the 6th. That's a ground ball to third and a throw to first.
This is his first at bat of the day, batting left-handed. Switch hitting catcher by trade at first base today.
And a strike. Outside.
So important for the pitcher in this situation. You want to, obviously, any pitcher wants to get ahead of the count, but when you get behind the count, you have an opportunity to either strike him out or get the infield ground ball. You want to just lay it in there. If you go a fastball count, you're conscious of making good pitches. Even if you walk them, you've got the double play in order.
The 2-1. Fouled away, 2-2.
Not to pitch defensively, but very, very critical. Obviously, late in the game, tie ball game.
One thing Abaladejo has, though, he's got good movement on his fastball. He's definitely got some sink to it. When he keeps it thigh high or a little bit lower, he can be effective.
just missed.
Backdoor slider off the plate. You see Jorge trying to pull it back a little bit. Well, you go two ways. Either you believe in that pitch, 2-2, throw it again, throw it on the plate, or come back with that power sinker.
Fouls it back to stay alive. Here's the payoff from Albaladeo. Soft ground ball to Cano. Over to Teixeira, 2 away as Suzuki moves to third.
There's that sinker once again, and got Powell to roll over on it.
This is nasty. Unlike the other ones where they were sailing away, you see that ball, Jorge's got his glove on the ground. Just rolls over on top of that very nasty late moving sinker. Purposely a sinker ball pitcher, a guy that throws a two-seamer, there'll be a run fastball purposely in on the belt, and then that late sinking ball that ends up down in the zone.
Pitch to Bobby Crosby is a strike. Go ahead run 90 feet away. One for 3 is Crosby. Last time out, an infield single is short. In the hole. Andy 0-1. 0-2.
Looks like he's swinging over the top.
Do it again.
The crowd's getting into it now.
Andy 0-2. 1-2. 2, 3, and 4 in the Yankee order coming up in the bottom of the 8th inning. Suzuki leads off third. Albaladeo, the Yankees' third pitcher. Right hand is set below the belt. And the 1-2. Swung on and missed. Crosby down on strikes. And Albaladeo throws a 0 up in the 8th, despite the leadoff single. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning here at Yankee Stadium. And because of this strikeout, the score remains tied at 7-7 as you are watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yankee Entertainment and Sports Network. This series finale against the A's. Keep it on yes for the WB Mason postgame. Nancy Newman's going to be back in the studio to take you through the highlights, and Kimberly Jones talks to the players in the clubhouse. It's the WB Mason postgame, and it's right here on yes. The view from the Yankee dugout. On deck, Mark Teixeira. And in the batter's box, Johnny Damon. Will be Damon, Teixeira, and Posada. And Michael, I think Andrew Bailey is on the mound.
Yeah, he's back again. He was in here last night. And young man, you mentioned he's from New Jersey. Said he had 50
tickets.
50 tickets, family and friends here last night.
That'll add up.
He said a lot of them paid their own way in.
Well, today the attendance at the stadium, 43,342. Not that many people seem to be in the ballpark because of the rain. Certainly held it down. Not a great day at all, but hardy souls braved constant rain throughout the day, and they see a 7-7 ball game. Bailey deals upstairs. Bailey yesterday, 2 innings, 1 hit, 1 run, 2 strikeouts, and he did give up a home run. And he threw 28 pitches.
The home run he gave up was to the man at the plate.
That was the first big league run he ever gave up. Now he's being careful with it.
Yeah, we were impressed with his arm last night. Bailey made one mistake.
Cutter.
And Johnny Damon jumped all over it. That was Damon's second home run of the year.
Way outside.
Mentioned about the cutter. Bailey was a starter. Hasn't pitched above AA Midland until now. He's non-roster invitee. Talking to Bob Guerin, he said he started spring training games, get him some appearances, just kind of let's see what he's got, and he just pitched lights out all the way through. But that was a pitch that he developed because he had terrible numbers as a starter. He came up with a cutter.
And he walks Damon to start off the 8th inning.
One thing we were impressed by his ability to light up the radar gun. He got it up there with 98 last night, a couple of times.
Here's Mark Teixeira. Mark 2 for 4. Single left and scored in the 3rd, and an RBI single right that was in the 6th. Teixeira with 9 RBIs on the season, 3 home runs. Damon leads off first. And he seems to be wild up and away to the lefties. Along with Al Leiter and Ken Singleton, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball here on Yes. Bottom of the 8th inning, 7-7 game. And there's a strike.
Well, Bailey's more of a 4-seam. You see that's true straight line. Doesn't have much run to that fastball. You got the cutter and then also the straight fastball, as you see, as opposed to Springer, where that ball was running away from the lefty and in on the righty.
Count 2-1.
Yeah, one thing he's got here in the 3 hitters he's scheduled to face is Brad Ziegler heats up in the A's bullpen. Damon, Teixeira, and Posada, 3 guys are going to make you throw strikes. You know, if you want to paint yourself into a corner, they'll let you do it.
The 2-1. Fouled away down the left field line. 2-2. Teixeira rests his chin on his right shoulder. Stares out at the pitcher, and the 2-2. Popped up. Crosby drifts back. It'll be a tough play. And he's called off by the shortstop, Cabrera.
A little better angle for the shortstop, not going directly back after that high pop-up off the bat of Teixeira. Cabrera, 2-time Gold Glove winner, once with the Montreal Expos and once with the Angels. He had to come a long way. He was playing over near second base, but he definitely had a better angle and calls off Crosby and makes the catch. So Crosby, once you start backpedaling, a little better angle for Cabrera, and he makes the play.
Crosby, natural shortstop. Till down with Cabrera, Gold. You mentioned, Kenny. Watching Bailey with Teixeira staying away the whole time. We showed the replay of yesterday. Johnny Damon getting the home run here in right field. Many of the home runs now early on in the new stadium have gone to right. He's staying away from the left-handed hitters. And the theory on that, most closers will do the same thing. Very seldom does it late in the game a closer want to come inside. Of course, Mariano's different. The ball is cut. You see a lot of guys, no matter what their velocity is, 95 or better. The theory is if you're going to beat me, you're going to beat me the opposite way. I'm not going to miss inside. Here it looks like he's going to have a cutter coming here.
Another good play by Suzuki. As hard as Bailey throws, to get over in front of that one and come up with it cleanly and hold Damon at first base, punches in the dirt. He's been impressive in these 2 games.
3 good stops. Small guy, agile for catcher. Normally a little bigger, burly.
Saving a beauty. Speaking of saving a beauty.
That one's driven out down the left field line. Could be trouble. Giving chase Holiday, but it slices foul. Tomorrow's an off day for the Yankees. Then a 3-game set against the Red Sox starts at Fenway on Friday. Friday starters Jabba Chamberlain against John Lester. Saturday, A.J. Burnett against Josh Beckett. And then Sunday, Andy Pettit against Justin Masterson. Now the Friday game is on Yes. Starts at 6 with our coverage. Batting practice today, 6:30 pregame. Now Saturday, after the game on Fox, boom, the Yes postgame right after that. One, two, way outside. Now the Burnett and Beckett matchup. Al, you know both of those guys very well, right? From your Marlin days.
I do. AJ
was actually traded for you.
Yes, from the Mets. I was with the Marlins to the Mets, and Josh Beckett. That's going to be fun. A couple gunslingers right there. Josh Beckett, certainly not afraid to move the ball around, bust guys in. Same thing with A.J. Burnett. A couple ex-Marlin friends. That's going to be a fun series to watch. All those matchups are great.
Which one of those guys would you say you're closer with, Burnett or Beckett? You got to make a choice right now.
I'd say Beckett, only because I ended up talking to him more about pitching. Plus, when you're around Josh, you can't help but hear what he has to say. Much more vocal. Sometimes annoying.
Popped up. Coming in is Sweeney, and he'll put it away for the second out.
How do you really feel about that?
He's a good guy.
So there are 2 down, and that's going to bring up Robinson Cano.
Oh, kidding aside, both of those guys, they really, Josh has done so much, but they really want to get better. And anytime when you're an older player, and Kenny maybe felt that way, and you see a younger player who actually is trying to better his trade, it's fun to watch, especially the stuff they possess. It's lights out, electric arms.
Grounded foul.
There's that cutter in on the hands of Cano.
And the 0-1. 1-1. And they call that one a strike, so the count 0-2. Bailey is the 4th pitcher used by the A's. Anderson, Wirt, Springer, and now Andrew Bailey. We're in the bottom of the 8th. It's a 7-7 game. Little bit low. Tough pitch to take, but Cano, showing a good eye, did take it.
Well, C.B. Buckner, a lot of times umpire. Now watch where Suzuki's setting up. Now this ball looks high enough, and he reaches basically middle of the plate. From the angle, from the center field angle, it looked like a strike. Bailey obviously wanted it. But he missed his spot with Suzuki being on the corner, middle of the plate, even though it's not justified. If the ball crosses the plate, it should be a strike.
1-2. Soft ground ball to second base. Looks like we're going to go to the 9th inning tied as Cano grounds out to second. So the leadoff walk does not haunt Bailey. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left. Let's take this baby to the 9th inning. It's a 7-7 game in the Bronx. by you, the fans, and the three of us here in the booth.
Well, it's Derek Jeter, straightaway center. Unlike Derek, normally you see the home run to right center field. Then he gets a key hit with 2 outs, just out of the outstretched reach of Orlando Cabrera. Aggressive on the bases, stretching a single into a double. Derek Jeter, the Chevy player of the game.
Well, there's no clear-cut winner at this point. He won the Player of the Game award, but the game is tied at 7. We're in the 9th inning, and if you're tied at home in the 9th inning, you got to bring in your closer because there's never going to be a save opportunity. Once you take the lead, you've won the game. So the Yankees turn to Mariano Rivera. Sabathia started, didn't have great command, ended up giving up 7 runs. Phil Koken out. Jonathan Albaladeo, a scoreless 8th, and now Rivera. You see what he's done in 6 games, 6 innings, 5 hits, 8 strikeouts. He'll face the top of the order for the A's. And the pitch is, I guess, upstairs, 1-0.
Wow. Sometimes the plate moves around.
Popped up. Ramiro Pena, 1 away. Now, tie games are usually not Mo's thing. Last year he had one of the best years he's ever had, if not his best year, but 8 of the 11 runs that he allowed last year actually came in tie games. Maybe there's a different vibe, different adrenaline rush when you're in a tie game rather than a save situation. Great cutter there, 0-1 to Cabrera.
Well, you see that especially, Michael, with the closer coming in just to get work when the team's either way up or down. Surprising as robotic in the sense of Mariano's delivery, which makes him impeccable with his command. He's got an unbelievable delivery. It hasn't changed in all the years.
Now it's time to try and get Cabrera to chase a pitch out of zone, maybe go up the ladder on him. See if he'll chase.
And the 0-2.
Huh?
Driven the other way, foul.
Not quite yet. That would have been a strike.
$7-15-1 for the Yankees. 7-7-1 for the A's. Top of the 9th. And the 0-2. Buzzes him upstairs just to take away some of the outside corner. In the count 1-2.
We talked about it last night. Mariano, predominantly his career has been a cutter away from the righty, cutter in on the lefty. But the last couple of years, he's starting to two-seam a little bit. You saw that buzz pitch inside.
Hit sharply and a base hit. Pena was playing close to the line, guarding against the extra base hit. So he didn't have a play on that one. A single for Cabrera. So the go-ahead run is on base.
One thing about Cabrera, even though he's been struggling, he is very quick on pitches in. And I don't know if that was going to be a strike or not. But everything away, he was having more tentative swings at it in this at-bat until the pitch came in. And that was his swing of authority. As the ball goes by Pena, and 1 on and 1 out.
Well, this is a matchup that the Yankees stayed away from last night. Yankees won that game 5-3. Cabrera tried to bunt with 2 outs and a runner on, while Giambi awaited on deck. Inside, Giambi 3 for 10 lifetime against Mariano. Has not faced him, though, in 7 years. They do not shift with a runner on base for Giambi. Now, the third baseman Pena way off the line, but there are 2 infielders on the left side. Outfield straight away. 1-0. That could be a double play. Jeter flips the second one on to first, and Teixeira has to go off the bag to keep it from going into the stands.
First of all, the ball was not hit very hard, and second of all, Cano had to come a long, long way to cover second base on this particular ball. The ball was hit harder. I believe Derek Jeter would have taken it by himself. Instead, Cano has to come flashing across the bag. The throw is offline. And you can see where he is, not even in your picture as of yet. Here he comes. Arrives and the throw. I don't know if they would have gotten Giambi anyway, but they do get the lead runner.
Now you have to deal with the dangerous Matt Holliday. Holliday 2 hits and 3 at-bats and a walk. His hit in the 7th tied the game at 7. Final batter that CC Sabathia faced. Yankees had an opportunity with Holiday up and Albaladejo up in the bullpen to bring in Albaladejo to get the righty swinging Holiday. Instead, they left in Sabathia, and he threw a changeup to Holiday, and Holiday lined it up the middle for an RBI single to tie the game at 7. Then they brought in Phil Koch, who got Jack Cuss to ground to second to end that inning. Fouled away. The 0-2. Again fouled away. Well, these two teams have outlasted the rain for most of the first 6-7 innings. A steady, misting sort of drizzle. Sometimes it was a little harder than other times, but now no rain at all. The 0-2. Upstairs, 1 and 2.
Well, you mentioned CC Sabathia with his changeup. Early going here, Matt Holiday, better off-speed hitter. And here Mariano's just coming right at him with his cutter at the inside part of the plate, making him pull his hands in. Here's going to go down the lane.
1-2. Punched out toward the right side. Cano fields from the outfield grass. He gets Holiday for the final out of the inning. Cano ranging forward to the glove side, into the hole on the right side, and took a base hit away from Holiday. In the 9th inning, no runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the 9th. The Yankees have a chance to win it. Premiere of the Emmy Award-winning Yankees on Deck. Join your favorite players, including Mo, Jorge, Jeter, and more, for an all-new season of on-the-field tips and off-the-field fun. Yankees on Deck premieres next Sunday morning at 11:30. Only on Yes. Now, Al, do we have the professional lighter segments again on Yankees on Deck? Yeah?
Oh, it was fantastic.
Were they outstanding?
Oh, great stuff.
You won an Emmy for those last year. Did you realize that?
I did.
Yeah. You got a couple of World Series rings and an Emmy.
Thanks to you guys.
Well, that kid could really get happy if the Yankees get a walk-off win. They had 89 victories last year, 9 of them walk-off fashion. And if they do a walk-off, they'll have to do it against the closer for the A's, Brad Ziegler. And Ziegler will face Swisher, Matsui, and Cabrera. Ziegler, a sidewinding right-hander. This will be his 7th game. Gives up hits, but he has saved 3.
especially the left-handers, Michael. Because of that sidewinder, it's going to be a lot of tailing, sinking, running fastballs away from the lefty. Which gets him susceptible for guys staying on the baseball.
Get a good long look at it from the left-hand side of the plate, though.
So far this year, 375. The left-handed batters, 263. Right-handed batters.
They can bring the ball up.
The 1-1.
If it's low, let it go. Conversely, if it's high, let it fly. Make it fly.
2-1. Strike at the inside corner, 2-2.
It's almost a submarine, that one. Bradford like. Even though velocity, it's unusual. Obviously, that delivery coming down under takes a few pitches for the hitter to track it and see where it's coming out of.
Off-speed pitch just missed the back door in the count 3-2.
Should come underneath. Sidewinder. This is a changeup. Not as far down as Chad Bradford, a guy who was with the A's.
(3-2) and another walk for Swisher.
Well, Ziegler, it's never good with the leadoff walk, but here's a guy who broke in with a bang, or maybe you should say without a bang, because 39 scoreless innings to begin his major league career. That's an American League record.
Boy, their bullpen took a hit with Joey Devine going down. Had elbow surgery. They had a great 1-2 tandem. Kind of co-closers.
There's Matsui. And there's a strike. We told you earlier, Matsui doesn't bunt. So don't even think about having him bunt over Swisher to second. (7-7) game. We are in the bottom of the ninth. Count 1-1.
Speaking of that submarine underarm delivery, Ron Romanek, the bullpen coach who's a roving pitching instructor for the A's, got Ziegler to drop down.
Let's see if they can turn two. Hard hit ball. There's one. On to first. It's a double play. But we are 1 out away from extra innings.
Yeah, Matsui hit it on the nose, but couldn't get it through the hole that time. And all Ellis had to do was make sure he caught it, and it was going to be a double play.
There's Melky Cabrera, 1 for 3, the one, a home run, a long home run. Batting right-handed into the A's bullpen in left center. Matsui and Cabrera went back-to-back in the second against the youngster Brett Anderson. Outside, 1-1. And the pitch. Off-speed pitch, and Cabrera way out in front. Last walk-off home run for the Yankees last year in June. Giambi off B.J. Ryan. But it's not going to happen in the bottom of the ninth inning as Melky Cabrera swings and misses. So with the double play, 3 up, 3 down for the Yankees. Free baseball. Bonus Cantos coming up. We go to the 10th. official online shop of the New York Yankees at Yankees.com. Browse the largest selection of authentic team gear, including clubhouse caps and t-shirts, jerseys, collectibles, and more. Get your team gear straight from the source. Shop the Yankees.com shop. Well, this is the first extra inning game in the history of the new Yankee Stadium. And the game is tied at 7. 7-15-1 for the Yanks, 7-8-1 for the A's. And the Yankees will use their fifth pitcher, Damaso Marte, the left-hander. He'll face Cust, Suzuki, and Mark Ellis. The baby food right there. He doesn't want it. Wants no part of it.
Maybe.
Wants to touch it. There we go. Cust today is 1 for 3 with a walk. Pitch outside. Marte's last 16 games last year, 11 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 runs, 5 walks, 13 strikeouts. He has a somewhat Zoftic ERA this year, 21. 3 innings and 8 hits. Now Marte pitched in the WBC and came back and his shoulder was barking just a little bit, and that's always a concern with the WBC. The Red Sox are going through it with Daisuke Matsuzaka. You know, you're throwing important, stressful innings much earlier than you normally would. Pitches outside.
Yeah, people are talking about the timing of the games and what can you do from this point on. But they're also talking about the success of the WBC and how they're growing the game of baseball. I mean, I think the first go-round, China didn't have a team. And this, one of the biggest countries in the world now represented and trying to grow the game.
Well, that game when Team USA beat Puerto Rico to get them into the final round, for some of the guys that were on Team USA, they expressed as exciting feeling, euphoria, as winning a world championship. Shane Victorino said it. Several of the guys said it. There's things that have to be worked out, I believe. I think you mentioned about pitcher. I mean, if you know you're going to be on the team, you just got to accelerate your program and start sooner, or don't be on it.
There you have the problem with Marte so far this year. You come in to face a left-hander, and you walk the guy. And that's your job, is to get out lefties, and he walks Jack Cust.
Well, you absolutely mentioned it. You're going to get a pinch runner.
Rajay Davis. In case you're just joining us, way back in the second inning against CC Sabathia, Suzuki stepped to the plate.
Got a hold of something in the middle of the plate, and ball drifting, and Johnny Damon thought he had a play on it, but the man in the green poncho had to play. Now they went and reviewed it. Review showed it was a 3-run homer. Suzuki's at the plate. He's had 6 hits in 2 games. Yankees are looking for the bunt.
Davis has a very big lead.
He led the A's in steals last year with 25 as a part-time player. Young man from Connecticut.
Marte last pitch 4 days ago. And he does not bunt. Pops it up down the right field line. Swisher gives it a look, but runs out of room.
It's a hot hand manager, Bob Guerin, having faith and confidence that Suzuki could get a hit here, or at least stay out of the double play. You got a fast runner and Davis.
Also, he's getting down to the bottom of his order here. And in this part of the order, Suzuki's the only one over 300. That time it looked like he was going to bunt. Gave a little indication when the throw went over the first, looked like he was about ready to square around.
And the pitch. Davis thought about going as that ball was boxed. I guess it was a foul tip. The count 0-2. So he couldn't go anyway. Along with Ken Singleton and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yes Network. We thank you for hanging in there. In the 10th inning, it's 7-7. Final game of this 2-game set. Yankees won last night. They've won 2 in a row, looking for a 3-game streak. And the 0-2. Fouled away.
Jim, you talking as a reliever, obviously in a game tied as extra innings as we are, but for a quality reliever as Marte has shown and can be and will be, got to be so conscious of every pitch and execution. Here he's in an 0-2 count. You got to put away pitch. You can strike him out. That fastball's got to be better location than that. I know it's easier said than done, but whatever your put away pitch is here, you're thinking strikeout.
The 0-2.
So even there, he missed with the 0-2 fastball. Now that slider's much to the plate. You have 2 pitches, in some cases even 3, of your pitch as a pitcher. Execute a quality pitch to exploit a hitter's weakness. And I know they're not robots, and there's a lot of factors that come in, mechanics in your mind, and how you feel on a certain day. But the good ones, they figure out a way.
Count 1-2. Crowd getting restless, but you have to keep Davis close to give Posada a shot. Runner goes, pitch is high. Posada no chance. A breaking ball high. So a stolen base for Davis.
Yeah, Davis thinking that he's not going to throw over 2 times in a row, and actually he hadn't done that as of yet. So there he goes on this next pitch, and he gets right as well because it was a breaking ball up and out of the zone, and Davis has his stolen base.
Now Suzuki wants to hit the ball to the right side and get Davis over to third.
It's his first steal of the year.
Popped up, and that's out of play over the Yankee dugout. Yankees last year 7-3 in 10 extra inning games. Suzuki has worked the count to 2-2. Davis leads off second. The pitch. He swings and misses and falls down in the process. A nasty breaking ball down and in. One away. Big strikeout.
Up until this point, he'd been putting on a representative at bat, and let's see what he actually chases out of the zone. A good slider or cutter on the inner half, and I don't know if he was looking for something in there, but it certainly didn't get to it. Kind of corkscrewed himself into the ground.
Yeah, that's the 0-2, 1-2 kind of location that a pitcher tries to do. You expand the zone, make the ball look as though it's in the strike zone. Excellent slider.
Well, Joe Girardi is going to start to mix and match, so he signals for the right-hander in the bullpen. With Mark Ellis due up and the go-ahead run at second base here in the 10th inning, Girardi goes to the bullpen. Stick around. Read the latest blogs from your favorite Yes personalities, plus sign up for mobile alerts to get Yankees scores and news on your mobile device. For the best Yankees coverage on the web, visit YesNetwork.com. Kenny was interviewed on YesNetwork.com today. I was as well. Kim Jones has been blogging all day. I mean, you have to sign on just to hear what we had to say.
I'm going.
Are you? Mm-hmm. All right. Edward Ramirez will come on. This is his 5th game, 5 1/3, 8 hits, 6 walks, and 8 strikeouts. And he will face Mark Ellis. The speedy Rajay Davis is on second. He's a go-ahead run. 7-7 game. We are in the 10th. Just missed outside.
You notice how Cano has to pay attention to Davis in second. Just kind of dog him near the bag and make sure he doesn't get that walking lead and or that rolling start towards third base. You like that, don't you? Just
I do.
That little inside move.
I do. If nothing else, even if he's running, it will make the runner have to wait a split second longer, and that hard ground ball to the outfield, although the outfield is pretty deep, and he is a good runner, you may be able to have him hold up at third base.
The 1-0. High fly ball, deep center. Backing up is Melky. He's there. Davis tags. Melky makes the catch, and Davis goes to third. The throw comes into second. So there are 2 away. There's Landon Powell. Powell 0 for 3 with a walk. A walk came in the second. Flew to left, grounded to third, and grounded to second. Got to be careful. His out pitch is the change. You don't want to bounce it because then Davis can score the go-ahead run. And the pitch. Outside.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but you cannot think of that as a pitcher. You really can't. Or don't throw the pitch, because if the effectiveness of the changeup is down the zone, if you're thinking that you're going to bounce it and the ball bounces away, you're going to throw a bad pitch. It won't matter anyway, because he's going to get good wood on it. Maybe gets a base hit. It didn't matter.
The 2-0. There's a strike.
On a changeup, 75 miles an hour.
Shows you the faith he has in the pitch. He throws it on 2-0. The 2-1 pitch. And the count 3-1.
Well, you've thrown 4 pitches to Powell, all changeups. Throw another one.
The 3-1.
Yes,
I guess so.
And now you have to face the tougher, more experienced Bobby Crosby.
Ramirez going right to his out pitch. Powell, actually pushed that changeup, then he throws another one. Now he's behind 2-0, comes in with a changeup. Nice pitch. It is a money pitch. Talk about it being a Bugs Bunny kind of changeup, and then again, he stayed changeup the whole entire bat. Felt like they could have got him out on the all-speed pitch.
Dave Allen comes out to talk things over with Ramirez.
Calling just about everybody in the infield over from the left side. Even Cano and Teixeira, the only ones not invited.
Is anything of import ever said in those conferences?
Yes. In this instance, sometimes when you're struggling, it's just a matter of giving a guy a breather. But here, I got to believe that Dave Allen has something specific with the scatter report and how they want to attack the hitter.
And the pitch to Crosby's low.
I'm sure it's not like Bull Durham out there.
Wedding presents.
Foul back.
Crosby takes a good hack at a pitch up in the zone and fouled it back. Not much in terms of familiarity with Ramirez for Crosby. He's only 0 for 1 in his career against him.
There's that change way out in front, 1-2.
All about selling this pitch. Make it look like a fastball. Way out in front. And he could blow out an elbow trying to hold back swinging at those.
Crowd into it. First and third, 2 outs. The 1-2. Popped up. Shallow center, backing up Jeter, waving everybody off, and he puts it away for the final out of the inning. So Edouard Ramirez works out of trouble, and the Yankees survive the 2 walks. The A's leave 2. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Another chance for the Yankees to win. Inning, the game is knotted at 7. 7-15-1 for the Yanks, 7-8-1 for the A's. And Ramiro Pena will lead off the bottom of the 10th inning against Brad Ziegler. So they have the closer come out for the 2nd inning. Pena is in there because Ransom started, was pinch hit for by Gardner in the 7th when the Yankees had a chance to break the game open. Gardner popped up to the 3rd baseman, and Pena took over 3rd. And there's a strike. If the Yankees end up losing this game, they will rue the 7th inning. They had the bases loaded and nobody out. Russ Springer on the mound. Melky Cabrera chased a fastball up in the zone, strike 3. Then Gardner popped up to the 3rd baseman, Crosby, and then Derek Jeter popped up to Mark Ellis in short right center. And bases loaded, nobody out. They didn't get a run. Grounded to 2nd. Ellis is there. And there's one away.
I always felt when he faced a pitcher that throws it the way that Ziegler does, that they rely on deception more than anything else. I think the reason why they've gone this way because conventionally they weren't able to get people out. So they go to this, rely on deception, and when they do so, their first pitcher aiming for the middle of the plate, thinking that the deception of their motion will throw a hitter off. And more or less, that's true. So I always felt that when you face a guy like this, I think back to somebody like Dan Quisenberry, that first pitch is going to almost be right down the middle. There might be some movement on it, but that first one might be the best one that you get.
Pitch outside.
Yeah, that's a good point. And really, when you see guys or coaches suggesting for guys to drop down, it's because of deception and movement.
Ground ball right side. Ellis. 2 quickly away here in the 10th.
Maybe because their stuff conventionally just wasn't good enough to get people out, so they're trying to go with deception more than anything else. And that's why I was always ready to swing that first pitch when I faced somebody like Quisenberry or Kent DeCulvey back in the day. And they were two of the best.
And here's Johnny Damon. The only thing that stands between a win and the 11th inning. Rip foul. After 10 innings, Kenny, that's when Outlier scorebook just forget it. It's out. He just doesn't have enough innings. Doesn't have enough pages.
I'll go from memory from this point on.
Good luck. There it is. It's all great.
Was that mine?
Yeah, that was it. Oh, wow. Look at that. Magical. See, over here is where it gets really ugly. Lines. And the 3-2. Way outside. So Damon walks. Now, if you take a look at my scorebook, see, I'm set up for 15 innings right here.
Where'd you get that score with, Michael?
You gave it to me. That's 15. What's this? Oh. 15 right there.
You don't want to go that far.
Here's Mark Teixeira. The winning run is at first base with 2 outs. Let's see if Damon runs. Well, Ziegler has given up just 2 home runs in his career. One of them was to Mark Teixeira. And he's at the plate. Pitch outside.
I'm trying to think of the longest game I ever did. I think it was 22 innings. 1-0.
You did, or you were part of it?
I was broadcasting that day. There was a lot of nothing happening in that game.
Expos?
Yeah, I was up in Montreal, and it was won on a home run by Rick Dempsey of the Dodgers off his former teammate Dennis Martinez, who came in relief. El Presidente.
Now, I said that Ziegler's given up 2 homers in his career. One was to Teixeira. Now, you probably said, well, who's the other one? Hank Blaylock, Teixeira's former teammate with the Rangers. Teixeira looking for his signature moment as a Yankee. Ooh. Nasty off-speed pitch, 1-2.
74-mile-an-hour changeup. Just wouldn't get there.
And the pitch. High fly ball, shallow right center. Cust will make the play, and we will go to the 11th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left. It's 7-7 as we head to 11.
pregame set with the Red Sox. Coverage on Yes starts Friday at 6 p.m. with batting practice today in the Tri-State Ford pregame. Then on Saturday, turn to Yes after the final out for the W.B. Mason postgame. That's Yankees Red Sox. Coverage starts Friday at 6 right here on Yes. Hey, that's Steve Balboni.
Balboni.
Bye-bye, Balboni.
Scouting?
It's like he's doing something there with a pen. He used to hit it. He used to use something that was a lot bigger than a pen, and he could hit it a long way.
Living over there in New Jersey. Must be scouting.
Well, we go to the 11th. Ramirez still in there, top of the order. Ryan Sweeney leads off. Got to correct one thing. I said Jack Cuss recorded the last out. That was Sweeney in right. Remember, Cuss got pinch run for, so Rajai Davis took over in center, and Sweeney went from center to right. So that's a defensive alignment for the A's. Count 2-0. How's your scoreboard look, Al?
Worse.
There's a strike. And the pitch. Fouled away. Count 2-2. Jose Veras throwing in the Yankee bullpen. And Josh Outman, who pitched yesterday, warming to the A's. Base hit up the middle for Ryan Sweeney. That's his first base hit of the day. Leadoff single here in the 11th.
Perfect middle down. Excellent swing. Drive the ball up the middle.
We're going to have a meeting on the mound here as this pitch is headed back into center field for Sweeney's base hit, and they're checking with Edouard Ramirez. And he says he's okay. Looked like everything was all right. I'm sure he wasn't too happy about the last pitch, but did he fall or twist or no? Didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary.
Here's Cabrera. Let's see if he bunts. And he shows bunt, takes pitch low. 1-0.
Got a veteran up here, handles the bat pretty well. Good bunter. Good hit and run man if you want to try something a little different. He's already had one sacrifice bunt today. See how the Yankees shape up defensively.
Sweeney almost slipped off the bag. The best way you could describe that bag, it's kind of rubberized. So you could see this happening if it's a little damp. It hurt yourself too.
Wet, slippery, you're right. Butters. Goes back a little gingerly.
Now, Kenny, when you played, were the bases like that?
Oh, yeah. We cardboard cutouts we used to put on.
Were they attached? Slide and they
no, because you
see
see some film, like in the 50s and 60s, and they were like pillows.
No.
I just wanted to know when they changed.
That's when the film was in black and white. All my games were played in color. You know,
the bag flies out to the outfield. Little League.
Cardboard cutouts. You really know it's a long game when Kenny gets snotty. I mean, it's unbelievable. 2-0. They take the bunt off. Runner goes and throw to second. Got him. Good throw by Posada, nailing Sweeney.
Well, it looked like the A's went with the hit and run with Cabrera at the plate, and Posada We talked about Tony Pena saying his arm is coming back to the point where he's almost 100%. Sweeney sees that it's a swing and a miss, and he is out at second. Wasn't even close. Posada guns it down to second, and Cano has something waiting for Sweeney. Yep.
And Cabrera fouls it off, and quickly 2-2. It's unbelievable how an inning can change like that.
Well, especially, we talked about yesterday, Cabrera was bunted on his own just because he didn't feel right. Sometimes a manager will force a hitter who has been struggling, obviously did there with Cabrera, make him swing.
Shattered bat, a ground ball to Jeter. And there are 2 outs.
That shows you the danger of those broken bats flying around all over the place. All you have to do is ask Kerwin Danley, who got hit by a broken bat last night, home plate umpire in Toronto.
Now Joe Girardi is going to signal for Jose Veras. He does not want Giambi to face Edouard Ramirez. He wants the harder throwing Veras to come in. So Ramirez gets 4 outs in this game, and he departs as Joe Girardi calls on Veras. Veras against Giambi. Game tied at 7, 2 outs, top of the 11th. You are watching Yes. House, Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. 2 outs in the 11th inning, and the Yankees go to their 7th pitcher, Jose Veras. And Jose has not been sharp so far this year, as you can see from his numbers. Yankees have been working with him on the side, trying to straighten things out. And Veras has not seen action in 4 days. So he will face Jason Giambi. And this is the first time this year that the Yankees have used 7 pitchers in a game.
And you would wonder what Bruni's availability is, having not been in there. He's pitched 4 of the last five games.
Well, you know you want to stay away from him if you can.
Yeah. Now they're down to Steven Jackson, the young pitcher who was a starter in the minor leagues until the last year.
And he's the guy that would give them length. They'd have to turn to him. The 1-0. Blew a fastball right by Giambi, 1-1, 93 miles an hour.
Just a here it is, hit it kind of pitch, run it away. Good tailing fastball. Jason looking to put some back leg into it.
Giambi 0 for 5. There's a strike. Good fastball inside corner, 1-2. Giambi struck out looking in the first. Reached on an E7, a drop pop-up by Damon in the third. Actually scored. Struck out. An RBI ground out, and then grounded to short. A force-out fielder's choice. Shift is on for Giambi. The 1-2. Outside. If Veras has command, he's very, very difficult. He runs into trouble when his mechanics get fouled up and he's flying all over the place. A lot of moving parts when he delivers the ball. Maximum effort. The 2-2. Went with a breaking ball up and away, and the count is full at 3-2.
Well, and you try to, as a pitching coach, you try to streamline a guy and see if you can get him to repeat his delivery. But a guy like this, is from what I've seen of him, this is who he is, and you got to figure out a way for him to get that consistent release point. Even though he's flopping around, his finish and how he varies his release point at times, that's the inconsistency.
3-2, and Giambi works a walk. Giambi's always been good. Working the count, drawing walks, high on base percentage.
Now let's check the sequence of pitches here. It looked like a sinker down and away. This is the one he's going to swing through. Same type of pitch, 1-1. That one hit the inside corner, kind of missed the target. 2-2. Try to break a ball here, 3-2, and finally this one's down low. But a good hard sinker at that, and Giambi still has that good eye and draws the base on balls.
And Holliday takes a pitch inside, a breaking ball with no bite. 1-0. And the count 2-0.
Well, that's a perfect scenario, Michael, what you're talking about. If you start off a batter and they determine Matt Holliday, you want to get a first pitch slider over and you miss, obviously it happens, but if you felt right, now you're 1-0, throw it again. And there's your inconsistency as to whether you stay in positive counts as a pitcher, or you end up the 2-0, 2-1, 3-1 count and you have to come in there.
Harris has walked at least one in each of his last 5 outings, and it's that lack of command that has had him lose the 8th inning spot. I know it's all very fluid, but right now Brian Bruni is the guy they go to in the 8th inning in a game in which they're leading. They started out the season with it being Veras. The 2-0. High fly ball, right field. Nick Swisher's there, and he'll put it away for the final out of the 11th. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left. Bottom of the 11th coming up, and another chance for the Yankees to end it. As the sun is trying to poke through for the first time all day as we go to the bottom of the 11th inning. Rangers are playing tonight, Game 4 at the Garden. But if he's got Ranger tickets, he might not get there in time. Game starts at 7. And we'll see. Game 4 against the Capitals. Rangers lead that best of 7, 2-1. Josh Outman, mentioned yesterday, a perfect name for a pitcher. He comes on. He's a starter for the A's, but they are using him in relief as they have a lot of off days and don't need the number 5 starter.
A lot of strikeouts, a lot of walks, a lot of hits. League hitting .300 against him. But impressively, 10 strikeouts in 9 1/3 innings.
Jorge Posada will lead it off. It'll be Posada, Cano, and Swisher. Switch hitter, lefty, switch hitter. You see Outman works from the third base side of the rubber. And although he's a starter, he works out of the stretch. And the pitch. Upstairs 1-0. We're in the bottom of the 11th inning. Both teams had their chances in this game. The A's led 3-0, 4-2. Yankees led 5-4. They led 7-5. And now it's 7-7 here in the 11th. The 1-0. Count 2-0. The game is now 4 hours old.
Is there a better pitcher's name?
I think it's perfect.
You know, this is curious. Here's one of your starters. Now, this isn't just getting work in. Yesterday got an inning in. This is 2 days in a row. And talking to some of the people around the A's, they're saying that, you know, he's shown, yesterday he showed velocity upwards of 96.
Also, it's really unfair to a manager to leave him without a lefty in the bullpen. I mean, he has no moves whatsoever to counteract pinch hitters. So Outman would be the lone lefty in the bullpen.
Well, this originally was supposed to be a 3-game series, and with the he was supposed to pitch the third game.
That's right.
Yeah, and so now decided to use him out of the bullpen with only a 2-game series.
Well, this was his start day. They just pushed everybody back.
But you wonder the advisability, though. I mean, the guy is used to pitching every 5 days. Now you've used him 2 days in a row. It's a different animal. Bobby Crosby very deep at third and close to the line, guarding against the extra base hit. And the 2-2. No foul in front of the plate. You mentioned yesterday Outman wears the old-time stirrups, and you hardly ever see that around baseball. You hardly ever see baseball players show socks anymore, but not only is he wearing the yellow sandals, but he's also got the green stirrups.
I think Maddox was still wearing sandals at the end.
The 2-2. Foul that.
Or baseball socks.
Well, when you do show sock now, what you do is you have the sandals kind of as part of the stirrup, so it's one thing.
But now teams just wear that. They just wear colored socks. But yeah, they used to have a sock that made it look like the stirrups.
The 2-2 swung on and missed. Posada down on strikes. One away.
Might have been the first breaking ball. He showed him in that hole at bat, and he struck him out. Once again, a sequence of pitches that leads to a strikeout and a fastball up high. He's throwing 95. That's down low. Looked like a changeup. Fouled off. 2-1. Like a little cutter, a little sinker, up and away. There's finally a breaking ball, strikes him out. Posada over the top, doesn't recognize it, hadn't seen it the whole at bat.
Here's Robinson Cano, 2 for 5 today. Weak hack at a breaking ball. Good breaking ball by Outman.
It's a nasty slider. Right now, the combination of a plus fastball, a good changeup, and that slider. Maybe Bob Guerin's looking ahead. You mentioned it, Michael. They had 4 starters left-handed, no left-handers in the pen. You know, it's a different mindset, too. When you could have a guy we mentioned earlier in the game, Andrew Bailey, who was exclusively a starter in the minor leagues, made him a reliever a second half of Double-A, and it's just a different mind. You come in just letting it all out, your best stuff. You don't think about setting guys up or trying to flip lineups over. So how you pitch a Robinson Cano in your first at bat will determine what you do in the third at bat.
Isn't it more prestigious though to be a starting pitcher? You know, it's just to say you know when you're going to work.
Oh, absolutely. And you make a lot more money.
Yeah, if you think about it, the best reliever of all time is Mariano Rivera. He makes $15 million a year, and there are starters that you could say are, and they don't make that.
Yeah, but you know the difference. I think you're talking about a reliever and a starter as opposed to a closer. The closers are well paid, deserving.
But the top closer is nowhere close to the top starter. The top starters are CeCe Sabathia and Johan Santana. And although they're great, are they the best ever? Mariano Rivera is the best ever, and he makes $15 million a year. So Canoa's worked the count full at 3-2. The pitch popped up behind the plate. Suzuki tosses away the mask and the helmet. 2 outs.
Went to a breaking ball, 3-2.
Here's out in front. Looked like a ball out of the zone. Take the pitch. Suzuki getting back to the screen.
Now the A's are set in their bullpen. They use Outman here. They still have Sean Gallagher. They still have Santiago Casilla. They have Dan Geis, who's a long man, so they can take many more extra innings and not be any trouble.
Well, between Geis and Gallagher, Sean Gallagher was the guy they traded Rich Harden for. He was a starter there. You see Dan Geis, ex-Yankee.
Here's Nick Swisher. Pitch low. Swisher has 1 career walk-off home run. So if you're thinking of big things, that's the stat that you care about. Nick is 1 for 3, an RBI single in the 3rd. He also walked twice, a 1-0. And the count 2-0. When you became a starter or a reliever your last year with the Yankees, completely different mindset?
Well, you know, I went from starting to a more long man role, and that's not a fun spot because you're basically getting in there and blow out games. And
but then toward the playoffs,
well, then at the end, Joe started using me as a kind of a lefty matchup kind of guy, 8th inning guy, and that was fun.
The 2-0.
The hardest thing for a reliever, and I did kind of like the idea. I mean, I didn't have much in the tank anyway at the end of my career, but you weren't concerned about conserving energy and saving your fastball. It was just whatever you had, just let it out. And you eliminate, usually if you're a 4th pitch pitcher as a starter, you're eliminating 2 of them. So now you can just figure out which 2 of your top 2 pitches are strikes.
2-1. Nubbed in front of the plate. Suzuki out quickly. Fields fires, and we go to the 12th. So a long afternoon here in the Bronx continues. Nick Swisher with a big cut, and the ball dribbles in front of the plate. Suzuki out and gets a clear throw to first, and we have a clear path to the 12th. The Yankees head to Boston for a 3-game set with the Red Sox. Coverage on Yes starts Friday at 6 with batting practice today and the Tri-State Ford pregame. We've got it all covered. Then on Saturday, turn to Yes, boom, right after the final out for the W.B. Mason postgame show. Yankees against the Red Sox. Coverage starts Friday at 6 right here on Yes. Rajai Davis against Jose Veras. There's a strike. Now, speaking of the Red Sox, they're in a rain delay. The second game's supposed to start in an hour and 45. Their first game was rain delayed. And they must be thrilled sitting in the clubhouse all day. Probably watching the game, though. Seeing what the Yankees are doing.
Good chance.
Rajai Davis came in to pinch run in the 10th inning, stole a base. High fly ball, center field. Melky is in, and he'll put it away for the first out. The first game is final for the Red Sox. They won 10-1 over the Twins. So the second game is supposed to start in about an hour.
And the new Yankee clubhouse, you can go for a walk and get some exercise.
Get lost for a couple days.
My goodness.
Have you seen the whole clubhouse yet?
Well, I actually have seen the part where the media is allowed to be, but I was here when they were building it, and I came a month before spring training. It's unbelievable. Now, Yogi Berra actually expressed some concern that the actual clubhouse where the lockers are, he said it might be too big. Players can't really talk to each other unless they're right next to each other because you can't even shout across the room. It's so big. And I asked Joe Girardi about it. He says, you know what? There's back rooms where people eat and watch TV. He goes, it's not a problem at all. That's where people congregate and they kind of bond. The locker room right now, or the clubhouse per se, is where guys dress and then they leave. But they don't hang around there like they used to in the old days because there are other rooms to hang out in.
Well, that's kind of gone, in all cities where if you sit in front of your locker and you don't particularly want to always answer a question, you go in areas where you can relax and be with your teammates.
Strike three. Suzuki down looking. 2 away.
Nice breaking ball from Veras to pick up his first strikeout of the afternoon. Suzuki frozen. Sada with a nice frame job too, although I do think that had the corner. He's going to flip the glove over a little bit.
Good pitch. Yeah, curveball, you wanted going away from him, but it had plate coverage.
Now, one clarification. The Red Sox game was called after 7, but they had a 10-1 lead, so they win. That's a final. And the second game is supposed to start at 7 o'clock. They had a doubleheader because they got rained out last night. And I guess they had to call the first game because you have to clear the park to bring in new people. And the second set for the day-night doubleheader, separate admission. I always wondered, as the game goes deeper in extra innings, people up there trying to hit home runs, and that's why the games get extended more.
I think that people have a tendency to think about one swing is going to do it. But there are times when you try and get that leadoff man on and try and win a game conventional. But you step up there in certain situations and you try to go deep.
And Ellis didn't even go deep in the count as he takes a called third strike, does not like the call, and tells C.B. Buckner as much. And Buckner says, come on, it's the 12th inning. We go to the bottom of the 12th, it's still 7-7. Are in the 12th inning, bottom of the 12th. Yankees have 15 hits. The A's have 9. Each team has committed an error, and the A's and the Yankees both are stuck at 7. It has been that way since the A's tied the game in the 7th inning. So we go to the bottom of the 12th. And Dan Geis was with the Yankees in spring training, one of their final cuts when they decided to go with a lot of short men rather than a long guy in the bullpen. They tried to get him down to Scranton Wilkes-Barre, but as a veteran, he has to pass through waivers, and the A's claimed him, paid the Yankees at $20,000, and here he is as part of the A's bullpen.
Had a chance to visit with Dan in the clubhouse prior to the game, and wished him luck. He's a little bit closer to home now. He's from San Diego, now pitching in Northern California with the A's.
And the pitch to Matsui is low and inside, 1-0. With the Yankees last year, Geis went 1-3 with a 3.53 ERA, made 3 starts and 17 appearances out of the pen.
Yeah, those were kind of emergency starts, if I remember. And he pitched well against the Angels in Anaheim last year.
1-1. There's a strike. By the way, the top of the 12th inning, that was the first time since the 5th inning that the A's did not have a base runner. So they've had their opportunities. They have not had that many hits, or as many hits as the Yankees have, 6 fewer, but they have been on base a lot. 1-2. Guys thought that was strike 3.
It was a nice story. Good guy, Dan. Guy said, spent a lot of years in the minors and got his chance, and he's a guy that just has a little bit of this. He uses all of his pitches, hits corners like that last pitch, changes speeds.
And Matsui swings over the top, 1 away in the 12th.
See how he attacked Matsui here. Guys throwing a fastball, wanted the ball away, ended up hooking it a little bit. Now he throws a slow little curveball, gets in the count. 1-1, comes back with another one. Matsui's looking for something else. That looked like a pretty good pitch. Came back to the breaking ball. It looked like Matsui early in the count was looking fastball.
Melky shows bunt, takes pitch low.
He took that second breaking ball in a 1-1 count. It was pretty much middle of the plate.
Count 2-0. Seems like he has a timing device, Al, that when he goes into the windup, he kind of pats the ball into the glove.
Sometimes guys, they're not aware they're doing that, and they won't do it on certain pitches, and hitters will pick that up, but he does it on every pitch. Right, just kind of, and that's just a habit. There's nothing other than just that's the way he's done it. Watch him separate his hands and then push his hands back into the glove. Yeah, you know what? It could be a time mechanism. Sometimes guys don't even realize that they're doing little quirky things like that.
That's probably the way he's always thrown the ball.
Yeah.
But it's imperative he does it every time.
That's right. That would be really blatant if he didn't. For instance, on a fastball he did, and a breaking ball he didn't.
2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So 2 strikeouts for Geis. Yankees had an opportunity to win this game in the 7th. Bases loaded, nobody out. Melky strikes out. Gardner pops up to third base for the second out. And then Derek Jeter battled, and Russ Springer got him to pop up to second base. Bases loaded, nobody out, game tied at 7, and the Yankees did not push across a run, and here we are in the bottom of the 12th inning, still tied at 7. Here's Ramiro Pena. Pitch outside. Now, I talked about how hitters sometimes get into the walk-off home run mode in extra innings. Ken Singleton was a .336 lifetime hitter in extra innings.
Did you see my note, what I wrote underneath that?
I wanted to go home.
That was from Ryan Rucco, who finds all kinds of stats for us. I didn't know I was that good in extra innings.
Pena fouls it away.
And is it because you think that by one swing you win the game, obviously as a home team, but or do you want to be the hero? You want to be the back page guy?
Yeah, I think that's part of it too. I mean, you step in there reading the headlines. You want to get the hit, wins games. That's what you get paid for. Win games.
Popped up, shallow right. Going to be a tough play. Ellis is there, and he makes it for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning. We have played 12. It is time for Lucky 13. This guy's missing the Ranger game. I don't know why he's so happy. 7-7. Inning at 7-7. Yankees with 15 hits, the A's with 9. Game about 4.5 hours old, a couple of minutes under that. As Jose Barris enters his second full inning of work, he got the final out of the 11th, pitched a 1-2-3 12th, and now will face Powell, Crosby, and Sweeney, 8, 9, and 1 in the A's order here in the 13th. Powell is 0 for 3 with 2 walks. And the pitch. Rick foul. A bullet.
Think he's sitting heater there, Kenny?
You mean the guy in the stands?
He almost hit that directly behind him, Powell did.
Barris threw 43 pitches on Saturday. And he did not pitch again until today. He's thrown 21 pitches so far. There's a strike. Along with Ken Singleton. And Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. We thank you for watching Yankees baseball on the Yes Network. And we are in the 13th inning at 7-7. The 0-2. Looped out toward Jeter, and there's one away.
What a difference. Jose Reyes, who first came in, spraying some balls, missing location in a big way. Last inning, I said Ramirez, Veras, Jose Barris. Last inning, just nailing pitches, corners, great breaking ball. There's a good curveball.
Pitch outside, 1-0. And you can see Posada stood up and he held his hands up as if to say to Veras, all right, dial it down a notch, because sometimes he overthrows.
You get all amped up, and he's definitely a guy with a lot of legs and elbows coming at the hitter.
That one's lined into left field. Johnny Damon on the run. He's there, 2 away.
Well, that's part of Posada being the veteran catcher, trying to steer his pitching staff Through extra innings here, Steven Jackson, the youngster, up in the bullpen. I don't think it was quite the good wood that Bobby Crosby was looking for. It's just a nice little line drive out to left field for Johnny Damon, 2 down.
There's Ryan Sweeney, top of the lineup. The 1-0. Fouled away.
Speaking of the top of the lineup, the Yankees will have the top half of their lineup in the bottom half of this inning.
Sweeney today in the first flight out to left, then a ground ball to second, another ground ball to second, walked and scored, fouled out to third, and then singled to center in the 11th. And the 2-1. That got a piece of Posada. I'm sure that's what he needed. 13 innings behind the plate, and a little exclamation point off the mask.
Well, all good catchers will check the mask after being another direct hit.
2 today.
Yeah, 2 of them.
Look, it kind of caught his nose in the side of the mask. And the 2-2. Off-speed pitch, just missed outside.
Backdoor breaking ball coming around the plate. Looks like that was a good call. Let's see this a better shot. Yeah, just miss.
Here's the payoff. Fouled away. There's no more Garcia-Parra on the bench for the A's. They still have 3 guys left on their bench. Garcia-Parra from the right side, then Travis Buck and Eric Chavez from the left side.
Garcia-Parra has been bothered by a sore calf muscle.
3-2. Swung on and missed. Good fastball by Barris. Good performance by Barris as he retires 7 in a row, coming in relief. Let's see if the bottom of the 13th is lucky for the Yankees. Another chance to win. Finale against the A's. Keep it on yes for the WB Mason postgame. Nancy Newman's going to be back in the studio to take you through the highlights, and Kimberly Jones talks to the players in the clubhouse. It's the WB Mason postgame right here on yes. You know somewhere in some beautiful home. Bob Lorenz is giggling that this is the day that he took off.
What do you mean, Michael?
No, you're in the studio. You have to wait long. Nancy Newman's waiting along. We're having fun because there's a game here.
Get it.
Here's Derek Jeter against Dan Geis. Breaking ball is a strike.
Yankees have not had a hit since the 7th inning. They've had some base runners, but they've all been by the base on balls. 4th inning. Seems like yesterday. Derek Jeter with a home run, and it was his 4th of the year.
Yankees' longest game last year was 13 innings, and they won that one 3-2 over Kansas City. That was on August 16th. They had to wipe the other innings away. It only goes to 10 on the auxiliary scoreboard. The 1-2, fouled away.
Tried to sneak a fastball by Derek. So far, Geis' best pitch has been the breaking ball. When he struck out Matsui on, had a good break on it.
Throwing strikes, getting ahead, putting these hitters into defensive mode. Exactly what you try to do, especially extra inning ball game.
Big gap in left center field.
High drive, right field. Going back Sweeney. He's on the track. He has room, and he puts it away for the first out. So Jeter flirts with a game ender, but just not enough.
Well, that's his swing. And Kenny mentioned the center fielder playing a little right center. Just got in just enough. That ball's a little further out over Derek's patented right center swing. Got in, got underneath it. Able to Sweeney get the fly ball.
All 4 of his home runs this year to the right side of second base.
Here's Johnny Damon. 1-0. And a strike. And there's a base hit. Yankees' first base hit since the 7th inning. Johnny has been on base 5 times today.
Ball running away, 3 for 5 today. You mentioned 2 all good at bats. His last 2 at bats, he drew a couple walks. Stays on it. The ball is elevated. Able to get a good pass at it. Nice hitting.
There's Mark Teixeira. Guy's not easy to steal on. He's quick to the plate, doesn't have a high leg kick, and he deals a strike to Teixeira. Teixeira against Geis, 2 for 4, and 1 of the 2 a home run. 2 for 6 today, 2 singles, an RBI, and a run scored. Hit sharply foul. Another hard ground ball foul. Those are the numbers we told you about. Yankees would like to add another home run to that. But that's the mentality that gets you into longer extra inning games. They could take a single here and move Damon to third. Or a double and score Damon. Doesn't always have to be a home run.
You're looking for a sequence of things, and lately where the Yankees have been going, they haven't been able to get anything going.
And the 0-2. Missed outside. Breaking ball, and the count 1-2.
That's why you fall into the mentality, one swing will win it. Because you can't seem to get a sequence of things going against anybody out of the bullpen.
Now, the Yankees would love to end it here in the bottom of the 13th. Why? Well, there are two things that could happen. They could have Vera's pitch the 13th, which would be too many innings for a guy who's a short guy. Or they could go to Steven Jackson, who would be thrust into his first major league game, extra inning game. Obviously, a lot of pressure coming into your first game anyway, but all of a sudden, extra inning game, one mistake can end the game. So neither one of those two scenarios is perfect for the Yankees. 2-2. Checks swing and a slow grounder up the first baseline, and Geis tags out Teixeira as Johnny Damon goes to second. So the Yankees possibly a base hit away from winning this, and Jorge Posada will step to the plate.
All that slow stuff, and finally Teixeira, the barrel of the bat got in the way of the ball. It was an excuse me swing, and Geis picks up an out. Not what he tried to hold up. The ball was dipping out of the strike zone, and right now he's wishing Paul's going to make a right turn, but Geis got over there quickly and picked up the out. You can see that Teixeira's reaction of sort of a wasted at bat.
Holiday, Davis, Sweeney all have decent arms in the outfield. Damon has good speed at second. And Posada takes a breaking ball outside, 1-0.
As an outfielder, you have to move up a couple of steps here. You want to make sure you got a chance at least to throw out Johnny Damon. And with Damon's speed, it's going to take a hard hit ball almost directly at an outfielder for them to have a chance.
Breaking ball is inside. And the reason for that, with 2 outs, crack of the bat, Damon's off. Jorge's had 2 career walk-off home runs. He doesn't need to hit it out right here. He needs a single.
How about this?
And they're going to intentionally walk him, and they'll take their chances with Robinson Cano. Is that frying pan fire? We'll see. Cano's been one of the hotter hitters in baseball, so they intentionally walk Posada.
I think from Geis' standpoint, falling behind 2-0, they didn't want him to groove a pitch. Maybe start over with a new count to Cano, who Cano has been one of the top 10 hitters in the league in the early going here. So this might play into the Yankees' hand.
Yeah, that's a good point. You would like to think that your major league pitcher can identify that, knowing that you're not going to lay a cookie in their 2-0 count. But he just eliminated that whole scenario by potentially walking him. I don't know too many hitters in this Yankee lineup that's hotter than Robinson Cano, if any.
Got a 10-game hitting streak.
Well, Cano, fielder's choice grounder in the first, RBI grounder in the third, single left in the fifth. That extended his hitting streak. A single left in the seventh, the ground ball to second in the eighth, and he fouled out to the catcher in the 11th. And Cano has 3 career walk-off hits. First and second, 2 outs, bottom of the 13th. It's a 7-7 tie. And Geis steps off. Laying down the gauntlet to Cano. That's got to motivate a player. As if he needs more motivation than ending a game in the 13th inning. Geis deals. Strike on the outside corner.
Geis is not overpowering, really has to hit spots. When he gets in trouble, everything seems to drift to the middle of the plate.
The 0-1. Inside 1-1.
That's about as hard as he's going to throw it. 87, and that was just for effect.
Yeah, speed him up inside. Robbie's, when he's locked in, he's a good hitter on all pitches, but generally likes the fastball, preferably out over the plate.
The 1-1. Inside 2-1, and Nick Swisher's on deck. That uniform got dirty in the third inning. Bob Guerin trying to leave New York with 1 win out of 2. The 2-1. Driven out deep to left field. Giving chase Holiday. He's there. And he'll put it away for the final out of the 13th. No runs a hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We go to the 14th in the Bronx at 7-7. It's a 7-7 game. Cano looked like he struck that well. Did not carry to the left. A ballpark that they say everything carries. That one did not carry. And Holiday ran it down. Now, surprisingly, the Yankees are going to go with Veras for another inning. He came in and got the final out of the 11th and has been absolutely lights out in the 12th and the 13th with 3 strikeouts. He's retired 7 in a row after walking the first batter he faced, Jason Giambi. He's looked very good. The Yankee bullpen has been great. 6 1/3, 3 hits. They have not allowed a run. They've walked 3 and struck out 5. And that's the way the Yankee bullpen has been this year. Like the little girl with the curl. Either really, really good or really, really bad. And they've had a lot of really good outings as well. Here's Orlando Cabrera. Fouled away.
Well, Michael, you talked about stretching out Cabrera a little bit further than he's used to going, but you got to the point now where you're asking him, can you take it for the club? Just go out there a little bit longer than you normally do and give us one more inning. And because he hasn't pitched in a while, he's well rested. Good pitch.
Well, also, too, after the first inning where he was spraying some balls and getting in bad counts and got a walk, he's been lights out, hitting corners, a breaking ball like that. It's nasty. And when you're in command and control that much, Girardi sees a hot hand. If he can get through this inning and maybe 10, 12, 14 pitches, what an outing.
Off-speed pitch, and Cabrera fouls it off right off the end of the bat. Oh, we got to take another look at Al's scorecard. It is just a mess. 35 pitches for Veras, 22 strikes. I mean, you're writing in areas now that should not be written in.
It's coming over to the extra guys.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, there's some spillage there.
The 0-2. Dribbled slowly down the third baseline, and it's a foul ball grabbed by Pena. There it is. There should not be writing there. It's going into areas that's dangerous. You're making lines now. It's awful.
That's a lot of ABs. 1, 2.
And then you got this.
7.
Nice and clean. Joe Girardi's lineup card is very neat. Only one extra left, though. Jose Molina. You don't use the extra catcher. And the 0-2. Oh, just missed.
Where?
I thought they might have gotten it both ways with the pitch to the corner. Looked pretty good, and maybe they also appealed at first base that he actually swung at it. Denied both ways. That is Mike Everett with the call at first base.
The 1-2. High pop-up. Left side. Pena near the seats, near the tarp, and he makes the play. Jeter-esque. 1 down.
Well, Pena's known for his glove work, and this time he's known for his tarp work as well. Leaning over, and it almost came out, but he hangs on to it. Well, it looks like a wide receiver getting hit just as he receives the ball. He turned the glove over, so he's going to hold it. Won't come out. Nice play. Miro Pena.
A lot more cushion down there. Cushion seats, the backing is cushion. A little safer, maybe on Stevie.
Here's Giambi. And a strike. Well, Veras' high pitch total in 2008 was 35, and he is now past that total in each of his last 2 outings. When he pitched Saturday, that was mop-up duty. This is not. And sometimes when you pitch in mop-up duty, you can find something and straighten yourself out, which obviously is what happened to Veras. He's a different pitcher.
Well, we've talked about it. If you continue as a pitcher with the stuff that he has to be 0-2, 1-2 count, you're going to put up a lot of zeros.
That was too good a swing on an 0-2 pitch.
Yeah, too good a location for Jason Giambi. Watch this 0-2. You got a chance to expand. That ball was pretty much middle, a little above the belt.
And there's Steven Jackson. When he comes in, it'll be his major league debut, the 0-2. Jason jackknifes out of the way.
No chance to have a good swing at that one.
One-two pitch. Breaking ball, strike 3. Giambi down looking. Veras has been nails.
Well, the previous pitch moved him off the plate, jackknifed him out of the way so he could go to this pitch-by-pitch fastball in there for a strike, swing and a miss on a high fastball. That's his best swing of the at-bat. This is going to move him off the plate. Can't swing like that again. Go for the outside corner and drops it in there for call, strike 3. That's how one pitch set up the next one, and well, that was nasty.
Here's Matt Holliday. Breaking ball is away. One-0 pitch. Upstairs, 2-0. And the 2-0. High fly ball, center field. There's room out there. Cabrera will make the play, and what a performance by Jose Veras. He retired 10 in a row, and he also strikes out 4. We go to the bottom of the 14th at 7-7. We just enjoyed our second 7th inning stretch. In the middle of the 14th, that's the time for your second 7th inning stretch, and that's exactly what we just had. So we go to the bottom of the 14th, and Nick Swisher will lead off against Dan Geis. Geis in his 3rd inning of work. Geis can give them length. He's been a starter. And Nick Swisher, Hideki Matsui, and Melky Cabrera against the veteran right-hander. And the pitch. Inside, along with Al Leiter and Ken Singleton. I'm Michael Kay, and you are watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yes Network. Thanks for being with us this entire day. Game approaching 5 hours of length. There's a strike.
Always in these tight ball games, I mentioned a point. You like to have a power hitter leading off an inning because pitchers don't want to walk these guys, and all of a sudden they fall behind on counts and they make a pitch that's not quite as good as they would like, and somebody can get into one. Swisher's definitely got the power. He's got 4 home runs, and he's ahead on the count.
And the pitch.
He's even more so ahead on the count.
To your point, that's and so far Dan Geis and Jose Veras has been excellent. These guys have been ahead in the count, been able to make good pitches.
Well, he doesn't even give in on 3-1, just drops it in there for a 3-2. That's what Geis is about. He's not going to give in on 3-1. If he does, the game would be over. So he'd rather make his pitch. So Swisher, again, has worked the count full. He pops it up. Third base side. And just over the A's dugout.
Now, if you see that, Kenny, he got the 2-1 slider strike, then 3-1 to get the 3-2, and then now a 3-2 slider. Are you looking slider?
It gives you, what happens when you start to see a pitcher's pattern, and all of a sudden he comes back when it keeps going to one pitch. It's always in the back of your mind, fastball, but you recognize that pitch a lot better the next time you see it. Each successive time you see it, you recognize it a little bit quicker and you react quicker. So he's already seen it. 3-1, 3-2
again.
Full count. Fouled away.
Same result.
From the pitchers, now both of those swings, the foul balls, and if a guy starts getting on a little bit and it's a line drive opposite way down the left field line, then you may consider, hey, he's starting to see this. He's starting to feel comfortable. Maybe I'll go with the fastball. He's going again with the slider.
And the pitch. And Swisher walks, so the Yankees have the winning run on base. Nick Swisher's face says it all. It's a long, long day. Neither team wants to leave this ballpark as the loser because it makes it longer when you lose.
Now we get to the situation where he's facing some of these Yankee hitters for the second time. He struck out Matsui, the first man he faced, and he showed him a lot of breaking balls.
Geis deals. High fly ball left field. Holiday is there. 1 out. Swisher drew a throw, faking the tag. So there's 1 down.
That time he went with a fastball. Started with a fastball. Matsui was late.
Here's Melky Cabrera. Started his day in fine fashion with a home run in the second. Then grounded the third, walked, and the last 3 times up, he struck out. So 3 straight Ks. And the pitch. Count 1-0. Long time ago, earlier today in the second inning.
That was off Brett Anderson. Back to back with Matsui.
First pitch, late on it.
field deep. There it goes. Ball game over. See ya.